Sister Andrea Brunette is in a place to be. How you doing, Senate?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well.
So you have something to show us today?
Yes, I went on to the product line and I bought 3 shirts and I just wanted to show you all what I got.
Oh, let's see.
Okay, so this is the first one. This is the
Ah, the Onk shirt.
the Ankh shirt. I got it in black and gold, but I think I'm gonna go and get a blue one too.
All right.
Okay, so that's the first one.
All
And
right.
then
The Ma'at. Oh, it looks
this
good in
I don't
blue.
yeah,
All
I don't know.
right.
Yeah, this is the Ma'at one.
Oh, that's
I
what's
don't know if you
up.
can see.
Yeah, we see it. We
I'm
see
trying.
it.
Can you see it?
Nice bright
And
color.
yeah, I love this. I love this color. I love it. And then the piece de la resistance is my favorite
Probably the best to
one.
be tonight.
I'm gonna play the beat tonight. Yeah,
That's what's up.
it.
Probably the
There's
best
that
to
on
be
the sleeve
tonight.
too.
Even on the sleeve.
Tonight,
All right.
even on the
Tonight.
sleeve. I had it. Yeah,
All right.
this is the lick right here. So I'll be wearing that on
Oh,
your next live. I will have this one on.
oh, that's
Yeah.
beautiful. Oh, wow.
So
Well, thank you.
that's the 3 ones I got.
Thank you very
Love
much
them.
for your support. It's appreciated. I'm glad that you like the products.
You're welcome. You're
All
welcome.
right.
And we'll see you on the next live stream.
All right. See you soon, sister. Peace.
Okay.
Out.
Okay, I hope you can see this. Civilization started with agriculture. Custom made shirt from my aunt forever, Shaka Indugu. Civilization started with agriculture. This is Curse of Hammurabi, Shaka Indugu, who I support. Civilization started with agriculture.
Hey, this is my unboxing video that I'm doing for the product I bought from my Forever's channel. I bought the coffee mug, and here it is. Sorry there's a glare from the screen, but lots of bold, crisp, beautiful colors, inside and out, high quality ceramic. I absolutely love it. So y'all go check out his website. It's got a lot of fun, fresh designs. And cheers to you, Shaka, and all of your endeavors. Peace.
All right. Hey, brother Donnie Williams. See, you got your
Yeah,
makeup.
yeah. What's up, Shaka? I was gonna do just I know it's a serious topic, but I was gonna do a little
No, no, I appreciate that, bro. I'm
unboxing.
glad.
So
I'm glad. Yeah, yeah. Live
yeah.
unboxing. Bro, you don't mind if I use this excerpt, like as a clip in my
No,
intro?
no,
Oh,
it's all
thank you.
good.
Thank you. And
Yeah.
for those who wonder, I'm gonna share the link. All right, that's lovely.
Yeah, I got the Heather Gray. Oh man, yeah,
Oh, you got the
I
Kemet
didn't.
shirt as well. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know it had that on the back
In the
though.
back. Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice. That's what's up,
That's
man.
lovely. Oh, thank you. I
So
appreciate that.
yeah. So just letting you know, just coming through, showing some support real quick, man. I'm about to get back into this Netflix film. So um, just wanted to say peace, man, and thanks.
Yeah, thanks a lot, brother.
Okay. All
All
right.
right. Our sister RP is in the place to be. What's up, sister?
Et Sin E. How you doing?
Et Senate E. I'm doing nefer.
Oh, great, great. Um, well, I got it today. I was thinking it was coming from France, but then I did the tracking and it was outside actually when I went to check, and here it is.
Oh, that's what's up. It's just like my hat. That's what's up. Let me,
Yeah,
let me do the solo layout. There it is, brothers and sisters. That's
yeah.
what's up.
I really like this. Yeah, so I have an after school program that I help facilitate. And I'm going to wear this because we're going to start talking about coding. So I'm going to
Okay.
use this as an introduction because this is a code. It's
Mm.
ancient code, but it's still a code. And then we're going to be able to, demonstrate. I'll be able to demonstrate to them the meanings inside each of the, glyphs and stuff. So, but yeah, I was looking online and I was like, this is actually like really good. designs, So as soon as I get some more, extra money, I'm gonna get the matching hat, and I want to get a Ma'at shirt. But I really like the Kemet one to start with. Yeah, so it's really good, and the prices ain't bad either. So
Okay. Uh, Might check 1 2. Seems loud with it. Let me put it down. Mic check 1 2. Okay, I'll leave it like that. Hotep Senuhena Senut E Tiren E Shakanugu Kemed. I hope you're doing well. The title of this live stream is Violation of Woman is Accepted in the Bible. And Zion Lexx buried himself. Who's in the place to be? I'm sorry. VB is in the place to be. Andrew Burnett is in the place to be. Donnie Williams is in the place to be. Bennett wrote that he wants to wish his elder, it's actually Kanat, his greetings. He just learned that, he used to steal copper and smoke weed and, do some gangster stuff. Allegedly. That's what he said. Now, let me just do a disclaimer first of all. I'm going to put this fair use disclaimer there. I'm going to have a disclaimer regarding the topic. I'm going to make it clear. So hold on. Let me read this first. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. So the first thing is I want to say, of course, I've been against rape for many years. I had a lot of problems with people who are okay rapists and child molesters, like the Rape OK or House of Conscious Mess, headed by Filthy Frankie, and different Pan Africans. And there are some people out there who are down with rape. You know what I'm saying? This is something that has been documented. So I'm against that. And this live stream is in no way an attempt to ridicule or make fun of anybody's religion or belief system. Just going through the text. And I've been doing that when it comes to history or religion for years. Just look at the text, see what the text say. Okay. Now, I did hesitate when it comes to the title. See, initially I was going to go with rape is condoned in the Bible. Then I thought, okay, violation. And then I thought, rather than condone, let me put accepted. You see, because authorized or allowed could have been received negatively. Some people will judge a live stream solely on the based on the title, even if they don't watch it. So another thing, 1 month ago, so I don't want people to think that I'm jumping on any bandwagon whatsoever. 1 month ago, I had this live stream that you will see in the chat. See that? The title is rape allowed in the Bible? Let's find that in Deuteronomy 22:28. Okay. Then I had another one, which was a month ago as well, because the discussion, the debate that I'm going to review, it was just a few days ago. Like what? Is it what, 3 days ago, something like that? Now the other one, which is a month old, is rape under Torah law. Okay, and you have the link. I drive to and from work, and if it wasn't the case, I wouldn't have the opportunity to listen to these funny dudes, who claim to be conscious. So close this, and I guess now we'll be able to start. What's the timestamp? Okay. I'm gonna share the screen now. Okay, let's start.
In the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 22, starting from about verse, I want to say 22, um, the Torah covers violation of women. We all know the topic. It first talks about a man violating a woman who was married, then a man violating a woman who was engaged, then a man violating a woman who is a virgin and is unbetrothed, or i.e., she's not engaged. In all of these scenarios, the Bible is very specific about the way to handle or deal with each case. The question of violation mainly centers around verses 28 through 29. So that's what I'm going to put up for the moment. Verses 28 of Deuteronomy 22 says, when a man meets a virgin who is not engaged and seizes her and lies with her, and they are caught in the act, the man who lay with her shall give 50 shekels of silver to the young woman's father, and she shall become his wife. Because he violated her, he shall not be permitted to divorce her all as long as he lives. A parallel verse to this is in Exodus 22:15 through 16, which says, When a man seduces a virgin who is not engaged and lies with her, he shall give the bride price, which, by the way, is 50 shekels of silver, and make her his wife. But if her father refuses to give her to him, he shall pay an amount equal to the bride price for virgins. The
10
biblical,
minutes.
the biblical consensus is that these two commandments parallel one another, except different verbiage is used. And I'll explain and delineate the reason for why different verbiage is used as we proceed.
Danny wrote, and he's in the place to be, or he was there earlier, Lion Lex. That's a wordplay because he goes by Zion Lex. He has another name or other name. For those who don't know, that's the guy who said that Nyame is Yahweh. He said that Nyame is Yahweh. Now, you see this next slide that he has there? Zion Lex did not put any source, right? I don't know if some of you believe that he will write such thing, but if you want to find that, all you have to do is type this. You type in your favorite search engine, what does the Bible say about rape? You better, these guys never stop with the nonsense. They can't stop, won't stop. So if you type in, what does the Bible say about rape? You're going to come across this article right there on godquestions.org. And when you click on that link, you will see that everything, all the paragraphs that you have on the screen, come from that website. As a matter of fact, if you have a look on the screen, it says the law specified that in a sexual assault, right? And at the bottom, you have killed by stoning, Deuteronomy 22:25, right? So that's the article right there. The law specified that in a sexual assault, and at the bottom, killed by stoning, Deuteronomy 22:25. Just for the record. Now let's continue.
The law specified that in a sexual assault, the woman was responsible to actively resist the violator and scream for help. If she failed to resist when she could have done so, the law viewed the act as consensual intercourse and not a violation, and both parties were guilty.
Now, mind you, when he talks about the woman was responsible to actively resist the rapist, she's very unlucky if the rapist is not skinny and weak, because he will overpower her. And if he puts his hand on her mouth, she cannot scream. He would just allow her to breathe, unless he's into necrophilia. So they are very unlucky. They're going to be like, did you scream? No, he covered my mouth. Bye-bye. Stone her. But let's continue.
If the assault took place in an isolated area, the law gave the woman the benefit of the doubt and assumed she had resisted her attacker. But if there was none to help her, in that case, she was not held culpable. The law stipulated that a violator was to be killed by stoning. So let's be clear. In the Torah, which represents the Bible's teachings, i.e., what the Bible condones, a violator is to be killed by stoning.
Now, this thing here is so disingenuous, but you know where he got his inspiration from. A lot of time, you have articles and people who claim that rape is not condoned, or let's say violation of woman It's not condoned. It's not accepted. It's not allowed. It's not authorized. It's punished, punishable by death. But we have Deuteronomy 22:28. It's real sad. I think most of you know that passage, Deuteronomy 22:28, is very inconvenient for believers of the Bible because it says that if a man finds a virgin who is not betrothed and he rapes her and they are caught, the man shall pay the father 50 shekels of silver. He must marry her and he cannot divorce her as long as he lives. So the quote unquote punishment, if we can call it that, is that if they are caught, he will pay 50 shekels of silver to the 50 shekels of silver to the father, and he must marry her. So the woman is very unlucky because she will have to marry her rapist. Now, Bennett wrote, "Them dudes are rapists, period." He added, "Only a rapist will blame the victim." Well, we heard what that sometime dude said.
In fact, the Torah makes it crystal clear that one caught in the act of committing violation is equivalent to a man committing murder. That is the biblical view.
Now, V. Bennett wrote, "So the woman got no rights." LOL. No, she has no right. Nobody asked her opinion. That's just the way they used to get down. And you have those strange individuals who believe that this is their culture and they are trying to apply what some herders, tribes people did around the Levant, allegedly thousands of years ago, you know.
About violation. Let's continue. In the same context,
Even in the West, in Europe, people are free to look at the dates when women were allowed to vote. So at one time, they didn't have much right. But when we look at Kemet, ancient Egypt, and we compare the rights of women with different societies at different time periods, we will see that there's a huge dichotomy. And there were women who ruled in Kemet or ancient Egypt. But let's continue.
Is a passage that causes some controversy, which says in Deuteronomy 22:28 through 29, if a man happens to meet a virgin who is not pledged to be married and violates her, and they are discovered, he shall pay her father 50 shekels of silver. He must marry the young woman because he has violated her. He can never divorce her as long as he lives. Some versions of the Bible, such as the NIV, NET, translate the Hebrew verb in question as violation. However,
Now, for the record, we have a different passage, and I want to go back just to make sure. Yeah. So
the NLT simply says that the Hebrew verb in question as violation. NIV, divorce her as long as he lives.
okay. So here, remember that link that I shared, from Gut Question, is it .org or .com? .org. Now, here the paragraph starts with, in the same context is a passage, right? And at the bottom we have, for these reasons, the verses, right? So here, just look at his inspiration for his. He didn't know even. That's why he did not put any source, right? So in the same I did not share, did I? Yes, I did. So in the same context, blah blah blah, and here you have what? For these reasons, the verses immediately. So everything that he has on his screen comes from that website, and I've shared the link once again. Is that one here? And he's going to say something so funny at the end, and you're going to have to hear it from him. He's going to say something to the effect of, I don't just go and look for some articles online and then do some debates. He's literally going to say that at the end. But let's continue here. Let's go back.
Some versions of the Bible, such as the NIV, NET, translate the Hebrew verb in question as violation. However, the NLT simply says that the man has intercourse with the woman. We believe the NLT comes the closest to the law's original intent for these reasons. The verses immediately preceding Deuteronomy 22, 28 through 29 are the ones that actually dealt with violation. The law has already prescribed the death penalty for the crime of violation. So why would verses 28?
For the record, earlier you heard him saying the biblical consensus is that Deuteronomy and some passage, I think it was Exodus, parallel one another. But here there's no more biblical consensus because they're talking about, as you can see, hold on. However, the NLT simply says that the man has intercourse with the woman. So now one translation stands out from all the other ones. No more biblical consensus. Let's continue.
8 and 29 address violation again, if it's talking about violation again, in so doing, as well as change the penalty. Obviously, different crimes are in view. These verses are clearly not describing violation.
Now, for the record, here it says different crimes are in view. Well, it's different circumstances. And you heard another person who went to prison for rape. He got out. He said on the Torah law, if somebody rapes a woman that is married, it's punishable by death. But if he rapes a virgin, he has to marry her. That's why there's different crimes. Now we have Imhotep University TV in the place to be. Let's continue.
In the wording of Deuteronomy 22.
Before we continue here, you have 3 in the wording of Deuteronomy 22:28, and at the bottom, stay married. In the wording, you see, in the wording of Deuteronomy 22:28, and at the bottom, stay married. This guy. Oh my goodness. You remember track field, Mississippi down? David is in the place to be. That's what Garfield Reed, that punk sucker, used to do. Go online on search engine, look for some biblical Christian apologist website, and then make his talking points. Just like the butler Reggie tried to do when he wanted to refute. When I showed some original artifact where Isis was labeled a virgin, he spent 40 minutes going on Google trying to find something to refute me with. And then he ended up saying, I need to do more research. That's what those guys call scholarship today. Because of Hammurabi is in the place to be. She wrote violation. Well, we could say violations, but hey, let's go back to Mr. What's the name of the website again? Godquestions.org. Let's go back to Mr. Godquestions.org. If you want to marry a woman, if I want to marry a woman and I have not raped her, how much does it cost in the Bible? I don't know. Now here.
28, the penalty is enforced. The penalty is enforced if they are discovered. The fact that both of them are discovered indicates the consensual nature of the sexual act. The conditions.
Now, here that's straight up BS. Once again, remember, this passage is inconvenient. There's something that's inconvenient when it comes to Muslims. there's a few, but the two main ones that comes up very often during discussions slash debates is the Hadith Sahih Bukhari, and it's also reported or narrated in other Hadith collections. The fact that Aisha herself stated, some other people, but it is narrated that Aisha got married with Muhammad, the Prophet of Islam, when she was 6 years old, and the marriage was consummated when she was 9 years old. Another thing is Quran chapter 9, verse 29, where it says, fight those who believe not in Allah until they are subjugated, blah blah blah. I'm paraphrasing at the end because I don't know it by heart. But people can just look up Quran chapter 9, verse 29, or if they prefer, Quran Surah 9, Ayah 29. You see? So then they try to say, oh, it was war, it was beef. Here, Mr. GotQuestions.org, he's trying to find an escape route by claiming that because he says, and they are discovered, it means that they were both in agreement. So now the Hebrew language don't matter. All the translations don't matter. Here it says they are discovered. Why? Because we have some plural, but Elohim is some plural as well. As the Hebrews, the Jewish people, the followers of the Torah, if they are polytheists, if they have several gods, I'm sure they will tell you they only have one. But anyway, now hold on. David wrote, the Bible says the cuss is a bag of foreskins. He added, there's some white boys. They are white indeed.
That they, plural, are found out makes no sense in the case of violation. Thus, this law covers a consensual tryst. A man who seduces a young woman, sleeps with her, and then expects to avoid all responsibility is thwarted in.
David, are you talking about the story of Dinah when the brothers told them that they should circumcise? That's Genesis 34. That's the story that made me do that video entitled Zion Lexx is Disgusting, because he literally changed a rape story into a love story. But we will see that in more details later on.
His plan. God instructs the couple to get married and stay married. So here is what we have so far.
Mind you, here it says, thus this law covers a consensual trust. A man who seduces a young woman. You remember that Shaw from FOPE who said, no, to fast means to seduce. And he said that he will show me the book, and we haven't heard from him ever since. He just lied to the public live on here. Couldn't have the integrity to say, okay, yeah, I was wrong. I made a mistake. You know what I'm saying? So now they're trying to change the meaning. And David wrote, yes, in Genesis. Yes, it's Genesis chapter 34, the story of Dinah. Let's continue here.
I want to be clear. What the Torah is against in verses 28 through 29 in the 22nd chapter of Deuteronomy is a man thinking that he can just lay down with a sister, do what he wants, get up, and then move on to the next one without having a spiritual and intellectual commitment to the woman that he just laid with. The Bible deems this such a wicked act that the language and verbiage is eerily similar to that.
So right now he's freestyling, spiritual connection and all the other stuff he's talking about. But in a video that we'll play later on, he will literally say that if a man has sex with a woman and he hasn't met the parents, then he raped the woman. He's gonna be on some feminist tip. I wonder why. Some guys to impress women, they will turn feminist in a minute.
A violation. However, physical violation is not occurring. The Bible construes it as such because
physical violation is not occurring. That's what he said, right?
Violation is not occurring. Similar to that of violation. However, physical violation is not occurring. The
physical violation is not occurring. Now, for those who don't know the passage, I'm going to open a new one. Deuteronomy, sorry, 22:28. NIV, New International Version. If a man happens to meet a virgin who is not pledged to be married and rapes her, and they are discovered, he shall pay her father 50 shekels of silver. He must marry the young woman, for he has violated her. He can never divorce her as long as he lives. So what did he say? Physical violation did not occur. What does the text say? Rapes her. But the rape okay House of Consciousness audience is real dumb. We know it. So a lot of things will just go upside their head, in a heartbeat. Now here, let's continue. But I want to keep track of the comments. Because of Hammurabi wrote, they learned that from Polite and their leader. Oh, it's funny you mentioned Polite, because in the video that I will play later on, he is next. He is actually having a discussion with Polite. Well, you could even call it a debate, because as a matter of fact, we can have a look together. See, if you go on YouTube and you type in Zion Lexx Polite, here's the first result. Zion Lexx TV, that's his YouTube channel. 1 year ago, you see the title that he put? Zion Lexx versus Brother Polite full debate. And we remember that he went public and he said that he recorded the dispute, the argument between Wolf and Frankie. And he said he gives them until Monday to get their lives together. But then he never released it. And he was back on Frankie's panel. And we also know that I probably played it, but he said he's in communication with the mother of the victim. And the mother doesn't like all the stuff that's being said online. How people are trying to, blame her, blame the daughter, but particularly trying to blame the mother. But yet on Sas panel, we have that deviant Suntan who said what? What did Suntan say? Oh, shorts. Let's listen to Suntan.
And if she in there, she open game, cause these women these days 13 look 22. Somebody set that girl up in there, man. And y'all remember I said that. I don't care what
this guy's a doctor. Y'all follow.
Answer. Man, that kid ain't had no business in no hotel with them. That's the bottom line. And if she in there, she open game, cause these women these days 13 look 22. Somebody set that girl up in there, man. And y'all remember I said that. I don't care what
this guy's a doctor. Y'all follow.
13-year-old girl doing on the prowl like that, bro.
So you have the link in the chat. It says Deviant Suntan, rape okay participant. Okay. I'm not saying he's raping. Rape okay is a nickname for the HOK. All right. I want to make that clear. Now, Andrew Burnett wrote, they are jumping through a lot of hoops to justify their rapist mindset. Indeed. He said, rape them if they won't marry them. I'm not sure who you're asking about there. Divinely inspired is in the place to be. He wrote, how old is a biblical virgin? 9, 10, etc. These patriarchal religions aren't for us, in my opinion. Well, we already heard the GMS dudes talking about the girl can be 12, 9 years old. And then we have Konad, who said on Frankie's platform, Frankie was very uncomfortable and he changed the subject. Konad said the ISUPK, teach that you can have sex with a girl as long as she has a flower. She can be 15, she can be 9 years old. And look at Frankie changing the subject. It looks like he knew that.
I'm going to tell you why, because I'm an Israelite and Tazariak is Israelite. And I think his doctrine is off compared to what we teach. We both had the same mission but he's telling the Israelites it's okay to mix race, right? He's telling that they got a doctrine saying that if a child reached a flower, they could be 15 or 9 years old. You can have sex with them.
Okay,
this is what they
now
teach.
you talk about running.
You see, he changed the topic quick. Now remember, there's an ISUPK member who's been in prison for child molestation. He was found guilty in a court of law. Josiah sends him money. Chris Snakes, Christian MP Harris said that it is his cousin, and none of them want to tell us the age of the girl. So most likely she was very young. All right, let's continue. Because of Hammurabi wrote, I guess the new trick bag is going to trick the single ladies desperate for marriage into believing they have to let them take it if they want to be married. V. Bennett wrote, I agree. And also, what if it costs more to marry if you have not raped? David wrote, I just don't understand why they just don't romance and get to know the woman. Why they gotta rape them? For them, it's gotcha. Because of Hammurabi wrote, that's so crazy. What's wrong with their minds? David wrote, you're supposed to quote and romance your woman. Let's continue. Hold on. VB wrote, addressing case of Hammurabi, I think a dowry is normal in this time for any marriage, so I'm curious if they mention how much in the Bible for unraped brides.
The Bible construes it as such because the two parties involved did not go about doing things the right way. Hence, the key words are, they are discovered. As I mentioned earlier, the parallel law is in Exodus 22 and 16, so I won't read that again. But if you notice, in Exodus 22:16, it says if a man seduces a virgin who is not pledged to be married and sleeps with her, he must pay the bride price, and she shall be his wife.
5 minutes.
You notice that the exact same penalty is enforced. So if we're dealing with the exact same charge of violation, why would the exact same penalty for a man seducing a woman and clearly not violating her be the same as supposed violation in verse 28?
Now they're playing the why game. Once again, it's not the same situation. It's not the same passage. And no force is involved, only seduction. And here's funny that in the parallel law of the Exodus, it says if a man seduces a virgin. But Deuteronomy 22, we don't have the passage because the passage says, according to NIV and many other translations, we will see that in a minute, the woman was raped, not seduced.
The penalty is the same. Therefore, the crime is the same. The man is construed of as
the penalty is the same. Therefore, the crime is the same. You know, this conclusion game is so funny. It's so funny. Now, it says in the Bible that a person will not pay for the sins of his parents, but it also says that God punishes until the seventh generation. That's a clear contradiction. So there are contradictions in the Bible.
Seducing the woman, meaning that the two parties are complicit in the act. Hence why the verse says
the two parties are complicit in the act. So the woman who got raped, she was complicit.
They are found out. There are also, to add anomaly to this.
So I don't need to show you that all this comes from that site. But once again, you have the link in the chat. It is, and you can just type in. What does the there it is. You can just type this in the search engine. and the article will come. All the stuff that he shows, it comes from that article. You just type in what does the Bible say about rape, and you will have an article from godquestions.org. All right. Now let me keep track of the comment. Joseph Hammurabi wrote, yeah, dowry or bride price is normal, but I don't know if the bride price is mentioned. I think Zion Lexx said it's 50 shekels. In Deuteronomy 22:28, yes, it is mentioned there. V. Bennett wrote, is Zion Lexx actually making this claim in a debate? Law, this is path misogynistic. Yes, it was a debate. It was a debate on Frankie's channel.
There are two distinct Hebrew words used in the same passage. In Deuteronomy 22:25, which is actually describing violation, the word that is describing the violation is the Hebrew word.
Now, for the record, for those who don't know, they use the word violation because they didn't want to use the word rape. They're very, very worried about the ratings and the algorithm. Now, this is funny because we had this discussion. We touched on that topic. Like I said, we didn't wait for that debate. We touched on that at least a month ago, but even way before that, we addressed that. Hey, Two Real is back. Glad to hear from you. So, I think Brother said he had some issues as well, and I was saying, maybe just leave and come back. But feel free to type a comment just to make sure that it should work anyway. So, several people were saying, no, to fast doesn't mean rape. Doesn't mean rape. Well, there's another word in the Bible that means rape. Well, it is translated as rape because the word rape is in English. See what I'm saying? But what is rape? Is having a sexual act. So the real road don't run now, Shaga. When did I ever run? Now, is having a sexual act with a person against a person's will. That's what rape is in a nutshell. Many people can come with different definitions. So this other word, shazak, or however it's pronounced, that is translated as rape, you will see there's many different words used. But anyway, I don't want to trip on that. You know what I'm saying? Don't want to trip on that. Let's continue.
But in verse 28, a completely different Hebrew verb is used. That's the verb tafas, which means to seize. In the ESV, it's translated as has intercourse with.
So mind you here, Jenna mind trick. Earlier, he talked about biblical consensus. Now he's bringing up one translation where it is translated as has intercourse with, And you know what?
As well as in the NLT, the different verbs suggest different behaviors.
Suggest. That's a guess. That's a guess. Now, for the record, let's get this out of the way. To real road, y'all need to stay out of the Bible because y'all messing it all up. Brother, I'm going to quote a PhD at the end. I'm not messing anything up, brother. You need to come to terms with reality, brother. There's wishful thinking. You want to make things sound good, you have the right to. But if we have to listen to what the PhD said, or what Lion Zion Lexx said, the same guy who said that Nyame is Yahweh, the same guy whose credentials are unknown, I'll prioritize what the PhD has to say. David would, we need to stay out of the Bible because it's messing us all up. Now, here, you see this link right there? That's Deuteronomy, chapter 22, verse 28. Now, if I go for rape, it says there are 11 results. But you will see that you have the word twice on one translation. On MSG translation, we have it twice. So we take one out. There it is. So that means that we do have the word tafas translated 10 times as rape. I don't know if we're all fit. It doesn't all fit. It's in two messages. Here you have those translations: CSB, Christian Standard Bible; GW, God's Word Translation; HCSB, Holman Christian Standard Bible; ISV, International Standard Version; MSG, The Message; and I'm sorry, NIRV, New International Reader's Version; NIV, which is a New International Version. We have NIV UK, New International Version UK; NOG, Names of God Bible; TLB, Living Bible. What is closer to a consensus or biblical consensus? Because he put up one here, maybe a different one. I don't remember if it was the same isolated one or if it was two isolated one. But here, or if it was two isolated ones. But here we have 10 times the word tafas translated as rape. You mean, do you believe that those guys don't know anything? That they don't know what they're talking about? Now, let's continue. You have the link in the chat.
So in verse 25, where everyone knows actual violation is being described, the Hebrew verb to describe how the man takes hold or force is the Hebrew verb kazak. In verse 28, which is our verse in question, is a completely different Hebrew verb with several different nuances of meanings, as we will see. Critics of the Bible.
Now, here you see translated seizes, right? So even if we translate it as such, which is accurate, he sees her and has sex with her. Is that a date? Is that a rendezvous? Is that romance? Is that romancing? Now let me keep track with the comment. Vibenero Chaka have to do minute calculations just to keep up with these dudes' lies. LOL. These dudes' lies are meticulous. Yeah, meticulous. But here it's not really a great effort on his part. Once again, he just used an article that I've shared already. David wrote, all they ever do, I hope you didn't read as much as them or the book they read, but their research methodology is flawed. They don't have research methodology. He just copied and pasted an article that was online and added his spin to it, this freestyling stuff. You know what I'm saying? The Brooklyn Magic. He's from Brooklyn. Remember that church with the son of the leader of the church who is in prison awaiting trial for raping his own daughter? That's Brooklyn, you know. I'm not saying he has anything to do with it. Of course, within the church, he's not a Christian. He's a Hebrew or Hebrew Israelite, or however he words it. Now,
meanings, as we will see. Critics of the Bible, I'll get to that. I'll come back to that. Just to show you the fluency of Hebrew words, I label this context as key. The priests, as teachers of the law, are said to have a handle or grasp of the law. In Jeremiah chapter 2, verse 8, the priests are said to handle the Torah because they have a grasp, an intellectual grasp on it. Notice that the Hebrew word used to denote that the priests have an intellectual grasp on the Torah is the word tofas, the same word used in verse 28 of Deuteronomy 22. So how can it mean to have an intellectual grasp here in violation in verse 28?
Now, that's probably the dumbest I've ever seen Zion Lexx. And I've heard him being pseudo. I've heard him and seen him being whack. But that's extremely dumb. Right now, it's really an insult to people's intelligence, you know. But at least they didn't pay for that debate. You know what I'm saying? So it was an insult free of charge. Now, to Real Railroad, yeah, funny as hell. Well, We're going to see if the PhD is funny as hell, brother. Now, he's like, context is key, trying to impress people. If I say, I took a beating, does it mean that I literally took a beating? If I say I took the bus to go to the gym, does it mean that I literally took the bus as if I lifted the bus and carried the bus in my pocket or my backpack? If I say I took a class, does it mean that I literally took the class, that I held the class? If I say I took my time to get there, does it mean that I actually took time? The Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, founded by Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale. Bobby Seale has a book entitled Seize the Time. Can we actually seize the time, grab the time? So yes, in most languages in the world, some words have different meanings depending on the context. It's nothing special. But here, him saying, oh, how can it mean to grasp or handle the law and at the same time meaning violate? Such a dumb, silly question. Now, to real railroad, careful, because I got some PhD that say some things about the Exodus. Careful, Shaka. They can write a dissertation about Exodus. I'm mainly dealing with Deuteronomy 22:28. I'm mainly dealing with the meaning of tafas, which means to seize, to grab, to hold, and all that. And in my video, where I went through all the attestation of tafas in the Bible, yes, I took the time. I did my own work. Indeed, we have seen together, I have demonstrated that in some cases it meant something to that effect about handling something, grasping something. Yes. But the vast majority, it means to seize, to grab, to hold. Many times, if not most time, that word is used. He's talking about when they conquered some places, some cities and all that. So all those who say, oh, well, it means he grabs the lady by the hand. People don't say, hey, come, grab my city. Take me by the hand and take my city. Take over my city. I'm a willing participant. It just doesn't make sense at all. But some people like to play games. See, Zion Lexx, he knows the Hebrew alphabet. That's a given. I don't know how good he is with the Hebrew. I saw him, getting destroyed with the Hebrew, saying that he was going to embarrass the dude. Turns out that the dude is actually a Hebrew teacher. And he challenged the dude, but, I guess he got to his senses. But anyway, hey, nobody's perfect. But they like to play games like, oh, we need to do with the Hebrew. We dealt with the Hebrew now. And it's going to come up with something soon. It's going to come with something about one of the best English translation ever. And it's going to be even more amusing. So they like to play games. Some people, like the Riparianites, when they identify that the audience is dumb, then they say anything that pops in their mind. So people act like because some languages are ancient, then the context is too difficult to grasp. Like it's as if you have to live where they live, practice what they practice, and even dress as they dress, and then you would get the picture. But all those scholars who did the translation, they don't know what they're talking about. They're all wrong. Once again, how come we don't have no class lawsuit against the BibleGateway.com for the wrong translation that they have? Because I've shown you a link where you have 10 times the word tafas translated as rape. They are playing games, man. And as a matter of fact, if that dude had any self-respect, I'm talking about Zion Lexx, what is he doing on a panel where the owner said that the Bible is BS?
I'm not afraid to say what the fuck I'm saying. See? Yeah. Nigga, yeah, I'm going to place and follow the fucking law. Nigga, yeah, I'm going to place and follow the fucking law.
Okay, brothers and sisters. Y'all heard that, right?
I heard.
The brother said that he's going to grade and follow the law.
And you supposed to, JJ? And you supposed to, Quana. But you niggas don't believe in that Bible. You know how silly your God is. See? You niggas know how dumb your God is. You niggas know now that this Bible is bullshit. That's what you niggas.
Not only he said that the Bible is BS, but he said that their God is silly and dumb. So, well, the Hebrews would like to have self-respect. We don't have many nowadays. But let's continue.
This verse demonstrates the flexibility in meaning of the Hebrew root word tafas. It is not monolithic in meaning. It does not mean to seize alone.
It does not mean to seize alone, but most of the time in the Bible, that's what it means: to seize, to grab, to lay hold on. You know what I'm saying? And as a matter of fact, I've shared the link for Deuteronomy 22:28. Here, I'm sharing the link for Tafas. Now, out of curiosity, just to see if people followed so far, do you remember how many times Tafas was translated as oh no, I should no. Let me remove that. That's gonna come from later. For later. Let me remove that link. That link now. I'll share it after. I'm gonna do this in order. Let's continue.
Mean to grasp intellectually, it can even mean to violate or profane. It has several different meanings.
2 minutes.
Divinely Inspired wrote, to real people have PhDs in studying Marvel comics and popular culture. So what? No, but let's wait to see the evidence, because you see, David wrote he got more evidence of Spider-Man than the Exodus. Now, the Exodus is not even attested historically. And to me, somebody trying to validate the Exodus historically has similar bearing with somebody trying to validate Superman or Spider-Man. You know, folklore is folklore. Folklore is not history. Now, David wrote, the one who's trying to pass off an alternate timeline, suggesting that the Exodus did occur. That's what they do. Oh, well, it's not actually the date that we thought. It's actually much older or much more recent. Whose concept is ahistorical in inception, which is why it's been shut down by mainstream science. Because of Hammurabi wrote, obviously, the gods have gone mad. And Turiel tells David that, yes, that's the one he's talking about. Is that the one who made the sexist remarks towards that a PhD in a Hebrew teaching, or forgot the exact title? Now, let's continue.
In the book of Ezekiel, chapter 14, verse 15, the Creator says that he will seize the heart of Israel, where the Hebrew word tafas, the same Hebrew word used in Deuteronomy 22:28, is used. Now, obviously, he's not talking about physically seizing their heart. This is figurative language, the same that we encounter in Deuteronomy 22 and 28. It is.
That's lying, man. Because in Deuteronomy, he talks about seizing a woman, not seizing a heart. Because people can seize a woman. People can grab a woman. And that's what many Hebrew Israelites have done over the years. As a matter of fact, many of them have a preference for girls, for children. But let's continue.
Figurative. The man did not literally violate the woman, hence why the passage says, and they are discovered, implying that the two were complicit in the illicit act. Tafas, Strong's number 8610, also means to profane. So why would this brother or any other brother assume that tafas?
I don't want to miss this. Let me just do something real quick. If I go there, I want to do somebody a solid. So I'm going to try it that way, which will be the quicker way. Bear with me, please. Just multitasking, that's all. Oh, it does work now. Okay. Oh, actually, okay, let me try that way. Oh, not yet. Okay. Oh, that's why. That's why. Okay. Okay. Now I can close this and this and this. All right. Let's continue.
In meaning is monolithic. It has to mean seize. It has to mean force. Right in the book of Proverbs, chapter 30, verse 9, it says, and they profane the name of my God, where the same word, tafan, is used. Tafas is used.
Right now, he's really talking and ain't saying nothing. He's just talking for nothing. So does it mean, that the guy profaned the woman? I mean, that's so ridiculous, man. Now, hold on. To Real Roads, addressing divine. Well, Shaka said he's going to show me a PhD. I'm just saying I have PhDs too. That's all. And he added, and the people I'm talking about are mainly Egyptologists. That's the funny part. The people, brother. If you want to show us some evidence for the Exodus story, be my guest. I can't wait. Because Isaiah tried that foolishness. He's sounding dumber than a mofo. At the station of Moses and Miriam in the hieroglyphic. That was so funny. Now, David wrote, I'm aware of the conversation, but it's historical, so it doesn't hold its water. To Real wrote, yeah, still making the argument that the Canaanites never did nothing in the Bible. Brother, we just ask you, but the divinely inspired ask you, what did the Canaanites do to the Hebrew? You never answered that question. We're not going to force you. David wrote, Egyptology is a study in an attempt to remove the African from one of his great classical civilization. I wouldn't word it exactly that way, but I understand the sentiment. Because Hammurabi wrote, complicit like planning to defy a teen girl with friends. Who knows? Divinely inspired wrote, I'm a PhD and an astronaut. Let's continue.
Here describing someone profaning the name of God, disgracing, bringing shame. This is the same context in which this word is being used in Deuteronomy 20.
That's not the same context. That's the same word with different context. Zion Lexx, how can it be so dumb? For real. How can it be so dumb?
22 and 28. It is completely not describing someone taking someone by force, hence why the text says they are discovered.
30 seconds.
Kazak is the word in Hebrew that truly denotes to take by force.
You heard that? To take by force. You see? Because some smart people try to say, oh, no, the word for rape is Kazak. It's the word that means force. And once again, rape is not complicated. It's to commit a sexual act against somebody's will. In other words, by force. Now, we know some new people came in and talked about, like TMH talked about non-forceful rape. And not long ago, we had a follower of Judas Nazi who said non-violent rape. But these are really brand new concepts, Now, yeah, I will share the link. Don't worry, brother. I will definitely share the link. I don't work tomorrow. I don't feel tired. So, I want to deal with, this situation right here. We've been able, Zion Lexx not even trying to be believable. Zion Lexx is lying on the scriptures. To the hellfire he goes.
One of David's sons takes one of his own sisters by force. And notice the Bible's word is Kazak.
You heard what he said? King David, that Hebrew Israelites love so much, he has a son who raped his half-sister. Now, King David committed adultery, slept with the wife of Uriah, and sent the dude front line to make sure he dies. Once he dies, he takes the wifey home. But in the meantime, she got pregnant. When he slept with her, she let him know that she was pregnant. So it's like, dang, all right, let me send that dude to die. So that's what he did: adultery, murder, and then the son rapes his half sister. I guess it runs in the family. Now, what is supposed to be the penalty if somebody sleeps with a married woman? It's supposed to be death. But David got a pass. He got a pass. Who paid the consequences? The child. Because you have done this, the child shall die. And some people say, oh, it's fair. There's a clown who goes by the nickname Christian Prince. I destroyed the dude. He feels so high and mighty because he's familiar with the Arabic, but the logic and common sense is not in his brain. He was disrespectful to me, calling me derogative names. Wouldn't call me my name. And I said he doesn't respect black people. Now, that dude said, oh, yeah, it's justice because the child's going to go to heaven. How does he know the child's going to go to heaven? Did God tell him? I didn't read that in the Bible. But let's continue.
The word used in Deuteronomy 22 and 25 where violation was described. In Deuteronomy 22 and 28, tafas was described, which means to profane. When
tafas doesn't just mean to profane. Most of the time it means gripe, seize, and so on. But anyway, here that's the end.
This brother raped his, when this brother violated his sister, kazak was used. I yield.
All right.
So what we're gonna do is go to his second round. But in the meantime, there's something funny that this other person said. Now, if you have time, feel free to go through his slide and just fast forward. You know, you can just click the type on the right arrow, and he shows a lot of imagery. And 90% of the imagery is white people, but they try to claim that this is, black people who brought forth this religion. Now, I want you to hear what he's going to say, 147:32.
Can't see the words. Let's go. Philo. You already know who he is, a Hebrew Israelite, man. Start with
Philo. Now the dude is called Philo Judaeus. He said he's a Hebrew Israelite. You see the depiction of Philo here? Does he look like a sometimes when those guys say Hebrews are like, it doesn't mean anything at all. When they say the Latinos are Hebrews or like the Tainos are Hebrews or like now let me just type the name so they don't have to look for it. The dude said Philo is a Hebrew Israelite. Are you out of your mind? Now here it is. Philo Judaeus. You can look him up. Now we're going to go to Zion Lexx second part.
We're all persuading all.
We get into the cross-examination portion, and then we have screen. Right.
One thing I'll tell the audience listening and watching is that my third round won't be a full 15 minutes. I don't think it's needed. I'd be surprised if it goes over 7. I'm just going to rebuttal the points that the brother made. I'm going to yield the remainder of my time, and then he can respond. He went to Lamentations chapter 5 and 11 to prove that the Bible condones violation. So let's take a look at what he says. It says, "Oh Lord."
Oh dang! I almost missed I almost missed that part. Now.
Okay, you can resume my time as soon as I do this. Ready?
Yep.
Okay, so the next 2 books I'm going to be quoting from is what's called.
So for the record, the other cat, did some rebuttal or he presented some stuff. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going straight to Zion Lexx second part, right? Now look at the book that is showing. Listen carefully to what he's going to say.
The NET Bible, which is the New English Translation of the Hebrew Bible, based on the Hebrew language. You have a team of scholars from Cambridge University, Yale University, that all contributed to updating the English translation to make it properly render the Hebrew meanings. This is called the NET translation. This is one of the best English translations you can get outside of the Hebrew Bible.
This is one of the best English translation you can get outside of the Hebrew Bible. It was a bit off in terms of syntax, but I get what he's trying to say, right? I need to plug my headset, but I'm gonna keep on playing this thing here.
The dagger, I don't like always using that word, but the dagger for tonight is going to come from the Dead Sea Scrolls, in particular the Temple Scroll, which has a copy of Deuteronomy chapter 22 in it. Wait on that.
Hold on real quick. I got your time paused. Brother Mahawaka. Yeah, we just need you on the screen, brother. That's all. People want to see you. Yeah, you good. You good.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, son.
All right, so I'm going to share my screen. Once I share my screen, let me know that you guys can actually see my screen, and then we can get it on and popping.
Let's get it.
All right, excellent. So if everybody looks at my screen, the first thing you're going to see is
what happened?
The NET Bible contains the newest updated English version of the Bible. A team of Hebrew scholars and grammarians all contributed to updated this English translation of the Bible to ensure that it meshes well with the Hebrew word original in usage. In verse 28 and 29, they're examining the word tafas. I want everybody to take note of the highlighted portion on the left. The verb tafas means to seize or grab.
Remember what he said earlier? Tafas means to profane. Didn't he say that? Now, this best English translation you can get is already killing him. He buried himself. Now, here you have the link. You can find everything that he's reading because that's the same source. Boom. What is it? This here. You have the website. You have the book, yes, but you have the website. So you can find all these things free of charge. And here you do have Deuteronomy chapter 22. And if you go down to 28, verse 28, here you have, suppose a man comes across a virgin who is not engaged and takes hold of her. You have footnote 52. And when you click on it, the verb tafas means to seize, grab, and everything else. That's why you're going to hear him read. Well, not necessarily all of it, but the majority of it. All right, so you have it here. If you want to see it, it's there. Once again, in the chat. David wrote, he's just hoping they didn't read the Hosea. Let's continue.
In all other examples, this action is done against another person's will, as in being captured, arrested, attacked, or grabbed with insistence. So it may be that the man...
Did you hear that? So it may be that what?
Is forcing himself on her, which is...
So it may be that the man is forcing himself on her, which is what leads the NIV, the New International Version, to translate the next verb as rape.
What leads the NIV to translate the next verb as violation, although it is a...
He said violation because, they agreed not to use the word rape. Now, mind you, it's not the NIV only. Remember what I've shared. Remember, wake up, wakey, wakey. It's not just NIV. There's 10 translations of tafas with the English word rape. Don't fall for the okie doke.
The neutral euphemism for sexual relations. However, this is only the case where the object of tafas is a woman, and the verb also refers to holding or handling objects, such as...
You see, that's so funny. Now, what is sad to be real? What is sad, brother? Because I will share the link. We don't have to time to chop it up. But what is that, brother? Just out of curiosity. You know what? I'll be right back. Nice one. So Turu says it's sad that now people in the YouTube chat room think they know more than an Egyptologist. So apparently Turu is going to show us out the section of the Exodus. All right. David, alleged professionals make mistakes all the time. The entire concept of an exodus, the parting of the seas, isn't an unoriginal idea. I think it's the Westcar Papyrus. Don't quote me on that, but actually I have a video about that. I put Moses Act. How so much? Oh, dang. When I have too many videos. I'm gonna try copied. Okay, I'm gonna go inside. I have it somewhere. Not that one. I don't remember the title of the video. I don't think I've put Westcar. I don't think it was biblical. Sorry about the sound effect. Oh, never mind. But I think it's the West Cap Papyrus, where a piece of jewelry fell in the water. Somebody comes up with some magic formula, and then the water, kind of part ways, and then the piece of jewelry can be retrieved. But anyway, let's continue. So Real wrote alleged. Stop it, bro. You're placing more value in his academic achievement than the actual work he's putting forth. No, I've actually read a test of time and Exodus myth or history. I'm not you. I thought you qualified. Okay, they're gonna go back and forth. Fine. Let's continue here.
His musical instruments, weapons, or scrolls. So it's possible that it has specialized but otherwise unattested nuance regarding sexual or romantic relations, as is true of other expressions. Several contextual clues point away from violation toward a conceptual relationship. The verb which seems to express force is different from the verb of force in the case of violation in verse 25. Watch as we go on. This is the temple scroll of the Dead Sea.
And before we go to the temple scroll, that's what you read. Okay, you know where to find it. I shared the link already. Okay, netbible.org, but you have the link in the chat. Now look at this word in here. So it's, well, obviously there's a mistake, but it's okay, not a big deal. So it's possible that it has a specialized but otherwise unattested nuance regarding sexual or romantic relations, as is true of other expressions. The expert saying it is possible that it has a specialized but otherwise unattested nuance regarding sexual or romantic relations. In other words, we don't know, but maybe it means something cooler than that, something cooler than the fan. We're just waiting on the Holy Spirit so we can get it right. Now, next thing he's going to do is put up this temple scroll. Temple scroll. And he's going to act like it's the Bible.
Rather than go to websites, Torah.com, I want to do what the good brother said in the beginning. The good brother said that we don't want to go into the...
Now, mind you, he said rather than go to websites, Torah.com, that dude went to gotquestions.org. Torah.com is way more reliable than gotquestions.org. But let's continue.
Oral traditions and the Pharisees. We want to go into the scriptures. So I thought that it was best to go to the oldest copy of the Hebrew manuscripts. That would be
oldest copy of the Hebrew manuscript.
Be the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Now, for those who don't know what the Dead Sea Scrolls are, it's a bunch of manuscripts indeed, right? The majority are partly written in Hebrew, Aramaic, and some of it may be in Greek, but don't quote me on that, right? And it's about what, 2nd century BC, 2nd, 3rd century BC, right? And you have parts, fragments, and there's some apocrypha writings that are not part of the Bible. So why would they pick what suits them and leave others? I've already quoted Badi Ehrman when he talks about a story from some apocryphal writing where he was a child and he played with his friend and he killed his friend. It's not so convenient to have a murderer, Jesus, particularly when he was a baby. You can imagine what he does when he gets older if he gets mad. So why pick one thing and leave the rest? That's why when people talk about the Dead Sea Scrolls, it's amusing to me. And when people talk about the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD, they be like, no, they didn't need what they wanted. No, it's just trying to agree because there was some difference. If you roll with the Dead Sea Scrolls, then roll with everything, including the Apocrypha. But I'm going to take the time to read the Apocrypha. Now, you heard about the dating for the Dead Sea Scrolls, but don't quote me. Don't quote me. Let's have a look together. Let's have a look together. We're going to do Dead Sea Scrolls, and we're going to do Britannica. Dead Sea Scrolls, ancient. Let me share this in the chat. People are trying to play games. Ancient, mostly Hebrew manuscripts of leather, papyrus, and copper, first found in 1947 on the western shore of the Dead Sea. If you look up the date 1947, you will see that it has some significance when it comes to the state of Israel. Discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls is among the more important finds in the history of modern archaeology. Study of the scrolls has enabled scholars to push back the date of a stabilized Hebrew Bible to no later than 70 CE. To help reconstruct the history of Palestine from the 4th century BCE to 135 CE. Now, you know what? Let's do this on the people's favorite, because I'm after some date, and here it is. For those who like wiki, it does say indeed. Created, Dead Sea Scrolls, of course, estimated 3rd century BCE to the 1st century CE. All right. Now, have you ever heard of the Ugaritic text? Looking for a date. Oh, there it is. We have the date. Good. Ugaritic text. There are a corpus of ancient cuneiform text discovered in 1928 in Ugarit, which is Ras Shamra, in Syria, and written in Ugaritic, an otherwise unknown Northwest Semitic language. Approximately 1,500 texts and fragments have been found to date. The texts are written in the 3rd and 12th century BC. The most famous of the Ugaritic texts are the approximately 50 epic poems. The 3 major literary texts are the Baal Cycles, the Legend of Keret, and the Tale of Akhat. The other texts include 150 tablets describing the Ugaritic cult and rituals, 100 letters of correspondence, a very small number of legal texts. Akkadian is considered to have been the contemporary language of law, and hundreds of administrative or economic texts. Unique among the Ugaritic texts are the earliest known abecedaries, list of letters in alphabetic cuneiform, where not only the canonical order of the Phoenician script is evidenced, but also the traditional names for letters of the alphabet. Other tablets found in the same location were written in other cuneiform languages: Sumerian, Hurrian, Akkadian, as well as Egyptian and Luwian hieroglyphs, and Cypro-Minoan. Now, mind you, they say that have a list, the earliest known list of letters where not only the canonical order of Phoenician script is evidence, but also letters of the alphabet. You know what the Phoenician script, when you talk about Hebrew, you might as well use the term Phoenician. So I'm going to show you something. It says on the part about notable texts, the tablets have been used by scholars of the Hebrew Bible to clarify biblical Hebrew texts and have revealed ways in which the cultures of ancient Israel and Judah found parallels in the neighboring cultures. The tablets reveal parallels with Israelite practices described in the Bible. For example, levirate marriage. You know what it is? A guy dies, the woman has to marry the brother. No choice. Some people practice that today. Giving the eldest son a larger share of the inheritance and redemption of the firstborn son, where practice is common to the people of Ugarit as well. So that being said, you need to check this thing. Some of you know it, others of you don't know it. The biblical god El got so drunk he fell in his own urine and feces. Let's have a look. Yeah, stuff that's way older than the Dead Sea Scrolls. So 1,000 years before the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Remain members for 12 months. He's sharing. That's beautiful. He's looking full screen. Yeah, it looks all right. Looks all right. So here you have the book title. This is actually the book cover. Ugaritic Narrative Poetry. Edited by Simon B. Parker. Now on page 193, you have the part entitled El's Divine Feast. You have some reference here. And this is translated by Theodore J. Lewis. Now on page 195, you do have the Ugaritic, You do have the Ugaritic transliteration. My trackpad has been playing up. And of course, you have the English translation on the right. So we are told that those are lines 20 to 22. And it says, the translation says, he sleeps in his dung and urine. El collapses like one dead. El like those who descend to earth. So it is kind of a verbatim translation because we don't have the verb is. With the medium nature, it is similar. If you look on the left, we obviously have some transliteration. You see that S with that symbol on top of it, that's a sh sound. Now we have that H with that semicircle at the bottom, so that's probably the ch. We have the T on the line, that's probably the ch. But besides the letter I, and I guess here we have the letter A, we don't have any vowels. Now who's going to come and say the Ugaritic language has not been deciphered? Going to come and say that all those scholars who read and translate the Ugaritic language don't know what they are talking about. So what I'm going to do now is to share the link to the book. Who's the publisher for that one? Okay. Chat it in the chat. And now, another book written by John L. McLaughlin. It's called The Marsia in the Prophetic Literature, References and Allusions in Light of the Extra-Biblical Evidence. The publisher is Brill. On page 26, and you can see it here, we have on chapter 1, the transliteration on the left. Here we have the same A letter, and the only other vowel sound is the I, most likely pronounced E. No other vowels inside, just consonants. And on the right, we have the translation. El sat in his masria. El drank wine to satiety, new wine to drunkenness. El went to his house. He stumbled to his court. Thukamuna and Shunama supported him. The creeper approached him, the one having 2 horns and a tail. He floundered in his feces and urine. El collapsed like the dead. El was like those who descend to the underworld. Anat and Athat went hunting. And you can see that the last line from the screen print says, Holy Baal. Now,
So, if people want to play games and introduce something like it is the Bible when it is not, and want to go old school, then we have way more old school than the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Because if we're arguing over English translations, maybe we also want to look at what is the earliest Hebrew manuscripts on Deuteronomy 22. And here's where the dagger comes. The temple scroll, for those who are unfamiliar with it.
So, to make the long story short, so I can fast forward, that temple scroll here, the translation we have is seduce rather than force. How strange. But what about the Apocrypha? What about the other writings? So, you have it here. It says, this that book. I don't have the full title. Rereading, blah blah blah, seduction, and it's funny because he starts by showing some other stuff. Didn't he have some books in? Oh, maybe it's after. But it says on the right, the author of the Temple Scroll, one of the Dead Sea documents, dating from sometime after 120 BCE, cites the Torah's quote-unquote rape verses from Deuteronomy almost verbatim, but substitutes the verb seduce for rape. Now, once again, rape, that's English. But here, magically, we have seduce. Fine.
As I held up, this is a new translation of the Dead Sea Scrolls. As you guys can see, that's my beautiful finger. Among the Qumran caves 19 is the 19th scroll found. Look what verse 29 says. This is the original Hebrew translation. If a man seduces a virgin who is not betrothed.
So now he's acting like this is the Bible. That's what's funny to me. Let's continue. Hold on.
That is also
You want to point out, if y'all have not
So I'm almost at the end now.
y'all tap into them.
No, I can start. I'll start.
We
Okay. I think I can see it. Everybody sees it?
Yep.
All right, good. So I'll start here and I'll say, one thing I'll tell the audience listening and watching is that my third round won't be a full 15 minutes. I don't think it's needed. I'd be surprised if it goes over 7. I'm just going to rebuttal the points that the brother made. I'm going to yield the remainder of my time and then he can respond. He went to Lamentations chapter 5 and 11 to prove that the Bible condones violation. So let's take a look at what he says. It says, "O Lord, reflect on what has happened to us. Consider and look at our disgrace. Our inheritance is turned over to strangers. Foreigners now occupy our homes. We have become fatherless orphans. Our mother have become widows. We must pay money for our own water. We must buy our own wood at a steep price. We are pursued. They are breathing down our necks. We are weary and have no rest. We have submitted to Egypt and Assyria in order to buy food to eat. Our forefathers sinned and are dead, but we suffer their punishment. Slaves rule over us. There is no one to rescue us from their power. At the risk of our lives, we get our food because robbers lurk in the countryside. Our skin is as hot as an oven due to a fever from hunger. The women are violated in Zion, virgins in the towns of Judah." I'll stop right there. I don't always get the opportunity to say something as cliche as what I'm about to say, but this is possibly a great opportunity. Reading is truly fundamental. Reading comprehension, to be very specific. This passage is clearly describing what nations would be doing to the Israelites while in Judah and in Jerusalem.
Here you need to peep game. He read from Lamentation chapter 5, and on verse 11 he says they raped women in Zion. He used the term violated. You know why I explained it before. So now he's saying this is what other people were doing, and now it's rape. It's okay. But for magically, when it's some Israelites from the Bible who did it, it's not rape. And when I tell you that he buried himself, I mean that. You want to know why? First of all, once again, let's do a recap. Deuteronomy 22:28. See that? Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 28. If a man happens to meet a virgin who is not pledged to be married and rapes her, and they are discovered, blah, blah, blah. Now, when we go to Blue Letter Bible, we want to know what the Hebrew word is. You have the link in the chat. Let's go to it. You see that? Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 28. Lay hold on her. What do we have?
Strong's H8610. Tafas.
Tafas. All right. Now, there's another thing that's interesting. And I can keep on using this Blue Letter Bible. When you have 29, it says, then the man that lay with her shall give unto the damsel's father 50 shekels of silver, and he shall be his wife, because he hath humbled her. Let's look at the word for humble.
Strong's H 6031. Anah.
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 So now he read Lamentations. Now let's look at the word used for rape. But now it's okay because it's other people, right? You have the link in the chat. So here, you see, Lamentations, chapter 5, verse 11. They ravished the woman in Zion and the maids in the cities of Judah. So here the word that is chosen here in English is ravished. What's the Hebrew word?
Strong's H 6031. Anah.
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 Who was saying that context matters? Peep game, brothers and sisters. That passage, Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 28, it says to fast. They try to act like he's seduced, like, oh, whatever. And then he says, because he had humbled her, Anah. And what is the Hebrew word that is translated as rape? That he said violated, but you can see what he says on the screen. It's the same one. When I tell you that he buried himself, you see here, that's his own presentation. That's what he showed to the people. They raped women in Zion is Anah. So it's a double-edged sword, the tafas and the Anah.
It literally says that this is what the nations will be doing to the Israelites. This is not in any way defining that the Bible condones violation. This is a man of God telling the children of Israel, because you have forsook the law, statutes, and commandments of the Creator, these are the types of things that you will be subject to, because you are no longer under divine protection. You see, one thing that people...
You notice he didn't say that other people, because he did not follow the law, other people will come and seduce your daughters. He didn't say they're going to date your daughters. He didn't say they're going to have a rendezvous with your daughters. He buried himself. Now, lastly, because I went to the bottom of it, that nice story. When I say nice, it's not a nice story, actually. It's a horrible story. Genesis chapter 34. NIV, New International Version. Now Dinah, the daughter of Leah, had born to Jacob, went out to visit the women of the land. When Shechem, son of Hamor the Hivite, the ruler of that era, saw her and took her and raped her. Right? Now listen to how Zion Lexx interpreted that story when he wasn't polite. As a matter of fact, I'm going to share a video that made me react, entitled Zion Lexx is Disgusting, Lying on the Bible. You have the link here. But now let's listen to Zion Lexx. That's on his own website. A year prior, he uploaded this a year ago, but a year before that, Frankie uploaded it. Listen to it.
In the Torah, there's a story that's presented that's going to validate everything I'm saying right now. And even Brother Polite knows the story, so watch how it comes full circle. There's a woman by the name of Dinah. She's the sister of the 12 sons, the 12 tribes of Israel in the book of Genesis. The Bible says that she goes out to see the daughters of the land. And then a prince in the land of Canaan by the name of Shechem, he finds her and lays with her and grabs hold of her. And the two become married. And then it says the brothers went and slew every man of the city because he had humbled their sister. Why did they do that? The Bible first and foremost tells you that Dinah was with it. She liked Shechem, but the brothers considered it as if Shechem raped her because Shechem never came.
Just because he said that she was with it, she liked the guy. He's changing a rape story into a love story. But let's continue. He's going to come and say what he considers to be rape. Out of his own mouth, you're going to hear him. If somebody has sexual relation with a woman willingly, but he didn't meet the parents, then what did he do?
To the father, never came to the mother. So that means even in the Bible's teachings, which precede the law that was given, the teaching is demonstrated before that edict was given on Mount Sinai, because Genesis naturally comes before Exodus, the way that the Bible plays out. So we have a story in the Bible that validates that if you are living in your parents' home and you're having sex out of marriage, the parents in our culture regarded it as rape. And when I say rape, I don't mean rape in the sense that a man is forcing a woman, but you have to understand what rape is, even on a deeper conceptual level. Because when you're raping someone, you're taking something sacred from them, or you're not. As a woman, when you are raped, one thing that is universal, women feel that there is something sacred that was robbed in that moment. There was something sacred that was stolen in that moment of time. What the Bible is showing you is, even if you are implicit, woman, even if you want to have this man within you, if you don't do it the right way, he is robbing you of something sacred. He is robbing you of something that is divine. He is robbing you of the very divinity that you know you possess. So this is a high cultural teaching. And until we return to those types of morals and edicts, you're going to have people getting fucked after the club. How many women you know seen a brother walk through the club? And I'm talking real. Listen, you want to know my record? So shout out to Wale. We talking about the year 2011 when I booked King of Diamonds with no money. I had a commercial running on 99 Point Jams. Shout out to my sister Holywood on Instagram, on Twitter, and on Facebook. She's Rick Ross's assistant manager. When I was bubbling with Maybach Music, and what we was doing was promoting something called Maybach Music Jamaica, which you could go on YouTube and you can see was a valid thing, and you can see that Zion Lexx created it. I booked King of Diamonds for free. You know what I saw that night in King of Diamonds, the strip club? I saw dudes walk through with sparklers and women getting fucked shortly thereafter. If you could get fucked because a guy bought some bottles, something is mathematically wrong. Especially if in your wisdom, you know you come from a culture where a woman is deified. If in your wisdom, you come from a culture that women are considered gods. But all it takes is a man pulling out, no disrespect to Brother Polite, 10,000 in his pocket, 30,000 in his right pocket, and because he pulled out a total of 40,000, you should give him something sacred that none of that motherfucking money could buy. What sense does that make? And I'm handing my.
I'm asking for clarity. So
the same dude said that context matters. If somebody has sexual intercourse with a lady and it's consensual, they both agree, they both want to do it, but he didn't meet the girl's parents, then he violated the girl. But the dude who physically grabs a woman and forcefully have sex with her, that's seducing. Make that make sense. Now, that's the horrible story that I told you about. David's son, Tar, is asking, why was he in the club on a spiritual level? David's son, who raped his half-sister. You have the link in the chat. 2 Samuel chapter 13. Amnon and Tamar. In the course of time, Amnon, son of David, fell in love with Tamar, the beautiful sister of Absalom, son of David. Amnon became so obsessed with his sister Tamar that he made himself ill She was a virgin, and it seemed impossible for him to do anything to her. It's like, damn, she's a virgin, man. How can I do something to her, man? Now, Amnon had an advisor named Jonadab, son of Shimeah, David's brother. Jonadab was a very shrewd man. He asked Amnon, why do you, the king's son, look so haggard morning after morning? Won't you tell me? Amnon said to him, I'm in love with Tamar, my brother Absalom's sister. Go to bed and pretend to be ill, Jonadab said. When your father comes to see you, say to him, I would like my sister Tamar to come and give me something to eat. Let her prepare the food in my sight, so that I may watch her and then eat from her hand. So Amnon lay down and pretended to be ill. When the king came to see him, Amnon said to him, I would like my sister Tamar to come and make some special bread in my sight, so that I may eat from her hand. David sent word to Tamar at the palace, go to the house of your brother Amnon and prepare some food for him. So Tamar went to the house of her brother Amnon, who was lying down. She took some dough, kneaded it, made the bread in his sight, and baked it. Then she took the pan and served him the bread, but he refused to eat. Send everyone out of here, Amnon said. So everyone left him. Then Amnon said to Tamar, bring the food into my bedroom, so that I may eat from your hand. And Tamar took the bread she had prepared and brought it to her brother Amnon in his bedroom. But when she took it to him to eat, he grabbed her and said, come to bed with me, my sister. No, my brother, she said to him, don't force me. Such a thing would not be done in Israel. Don't do this wicked thing. What about me? Where could I get rid of my disgrace? And what about you? You would be like one of the wicked fools in Israel. Please speak to the king. He will not keep me from being married to you. But he refused to listen to her. And since he was stronger than her, he raped her. Then Amnon hated her with intense hatred. In fact, he hated her more than he loved her. Amnon said to her, get up and get out. Get up, get out now. So he raped her, and then he was mad at, get your behind out of here. And she's like, no, sending me away will be a greater wrong than what you have already done to me. But he refused to listen to her. He called his personal servant and said, get this woman out of my sight, and bolt the door after her. He kicked her out, right? Now let's have a look at the Blue Letter Bible. Blue Letter Bible, you have the link. Let's have a look. Now you can see this is 2 Samuel chapter 13. And here, hold on. And she said, don't force me. There it is. 2 Samuel chapter 13, verse 12. And she answered him, nay, my brother, do not force me. Now, when we look at the Hebrew, nay, my brother, do not force me. What is the word?
Strong's H 6031. Anah.
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 Anah, the same one who said context matter. Do you remember Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 28, where we have to fast? And then later on he says, and I think it's verse 29 of chapter 22 of Deuteronomy, for he had humbled her, Anah, the same word that means force. No seduce, no date, no rendezvous. And now I can finish quoting that PhD. Zion Lexx buried himself. Oh, almost made a mistake right there. I'm going to share this in the chat. You see that link here in the chat? Let's have a look together. TheTorah.com, celebrating 10 years. Oh, you know what? There's one more thing I want you to hear, actually. And the timestamp is 2:11:14.
Discover Pilot plugins.
I'll say this as I yield my time because this discussion, which I could hardly call a debate, is very interesting. As I yield my time, I'll simply say this. What you find in our community is that YouTube has created an environment, an arena for people to grow their numbers, for people to grow their notoriety. If you notice, I'm not in these YouTube streets. I'm in the real streets. If you notice, I'm not on everybody's live stream. I've been doing this for 3 decades. I'm not trying to make a name for myself. What I am trying to do is.
He said he's been doing it for 3 decades. Now, for those who had the time to watch that stuff, because I didn't watch that in full, He said, if I'm not mistaken, that he is 44 years old. He's in his 40s, regardless. So if he did that for 3 decades, does it mean that he started at 14 years old? I mean, Trackfield, Mr. Zippy Down, already claimed that he started studying biblical history from the time he was 9 years old, which is laughable. Do you believe that he's been doing this since he was 14 years old? But listen to what he's going to say next.
Live a life that first inspires my family, and then live a life that inspires anyone that I can touch righteously. What I'm not trying to do is go on YouTube and find articles and research it to go debate people and then come to the debate and look like I'm not really doing anything.
He's saying that he's not doing what he actually did.
What I'm not trying to do is go on YouTube and find articles and research it to go debate people and then come to the debate and look like I'm not really doing anything.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, that link right there, that's what he used for his debate. That's what he used for his debate. He went online, he went on Google, and he found some article, and he used it for his debate.
What I'm not trying to do is go on YouTube and find articles and research it to go debate people and then come to the debate and look like I'm not really doing anything.
And lastly, I almost forgot that one. He's going to be asked a question again. Does he think that Dina was violated? Right? 2:20:05.
So let me ask you a question. You mentioned Amnon. No matter of fact, forget that. Dinah. When Dinah, do you believe that Dinah was violated?
All right, 1 minute. You on mute, Zion? You got 1 minute.
Sorry. All right. Yes, I believe that she was violated, not in the sense of the topic. Remember, we're using the term violate to substitute another term, but I'm not using it in that same sense. I do believe that she was violated, but I wouldn't call it the R word.
But you do know I saw the.
Hold on. So you finished your question, Zion? You finished the answer?
Oh, no. I wanted to explain more. Do I have time? How much time?
Yeah, you got 43 seconds to explain.
All right, good.
Yeah.
So the Bible makes it clear that Dinah went out to visit the daughters in the city of Shechem, and the prince of that city saw her, and the Bible says he took her and lay with her. Now, what's interesting about that is you later find that the father finds out, he's afraid to tell the brothers. When the brothers find out, they set up a situation where they have all of the men of the city get circumcised, and as the men are in pain, they come upon the men and they kill all the men. And they explain to the father, this is where things get interesting. They explain to the father, how can we let him treat our sister like a harlot? Notice that the crime is not that he violated their sister with the R word. They said he treated their sister like a harlot, which means he just slept with her. That's the operative point there.
And before I go to the PhD, I don't remember if I shared that one. I remember going to the Blue Letter Bible, but you see that Lamentation, chapter 5, verse 11. The link here is Bible Gateway. Now remember, for Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 28, when I went to all English translations, we had 10 translations of rape. Now on Lamentation chapter 5, verse 11, look at how many when I put rape. It says 27, but on one occasion, we will have the word rape as translated in English twice for the same passage. So I'm not counting that. And it is there for that ERV translation. And another time, rape here, the EXB translation is in bracket. All right, so I'm not counting that, which means that if we subscribe 2 from 27, we have 25 translations of the word rape. So context matter. Who in his right mind is going to even consider that the scholars who did the translation don't know what context is all about? The people wait for Zion Lexx to tell them, oh, but you know, when you make a translation from a language in another one, you take into consideration the context. Here. I've shared it already, but I'm sharing it again. That's the PhD's article, and then I'm sharing the link. Actually, as a matter of fact, I'm going to share the link now. So you can get in, and then when I finish reading, you can get it on. You have the link to get on the panel. For those who don't know, you must use a webcam. Now, the people that I know who came before is cool. Let's have a look at this article right there. The Torah.com celebrating 10 years. The rape of the unbetrothed virgin in Torah and Assyrian law. By who? Dr. Eve Levavi Feinstein. Now let's look at the credentials straight away. Straight away. You have the link here. Now it says what? Dr. Eve Levavi Feinstein holds a PhD in Hebrew Bible from Harvard University. Her dissertation, Sexual Pollution in the Hebrew Bible, Oxford University Press, explores the Bible's use of purity and contamination language to describe sexual relationships. She has also written articles for Jewish Ideas Daily and Vetus Testamentum, last updated April 19, 2023. So since her dissertation dealt with sexuality and she holds a PhD in Hebrew Bible, I think she's more than qualified. This PhD wrote, hold on. Comparison is essential to any interpretive endeavor and plays a critical role in academic biblical scholarship. By comparing texts within the Bible, scholars can discern stylistic and substantive differences between the writings of different authors. By comparing biblical texts to the writings of ancient Israel's neighbors, they can illuminate the cultural context and historical development of biblical literature. Remember, the Ugaritic texts, they predate the Dead Sea Scroll. The law of the rape of the unbetrothed virgin in Deuteronomy 22:28-29 is an excellent example of a biblical text that is illuminated through comparison to other texts, both within and outside the Bible. Now, mind you, she wrote the law of the rape of the unbetrothed virgin in Deuteronomy 22:28. She didn't say the law of the seducing of the unbetrothed virgin. Now, who holds more weight? Who is more qualified? What are the credentials of lying Zion Lexx? We know the credentials of this PhD. Some people may be misogynistic and say, well, you know what I'm saying? She's a woman, so, you know, she can't really be my guest if you want to. Here I will examine the law in light of two related passages: the law of the seduction of the unbetrothed virgin in Exodus 22:15-16, and a passage from the Middle Assyrian laws, MAL. I will begin by examining the law in Exodus, move on to the one in Deuteronomy, and finally consider the Middle Assyrian laws before discussing the relationship among the three. Exodus and Deuteronomy, seduction versus rape. She wrote seduction versus rape. Which one is seduction? Exodus 22:15-16 reads, if a man seduces a virgin from whom the bride price has not been paid and lies with her, he must make her his wife by payment of a bride price. If her father refuses to give her to him, he must weigh out silver in accordance with the bride price for virgins. This law deals with the ancient Near Eastern practice of betrothal, where a man would obtain a bride by giving her father a quantity of silver as a bride price, sometimes also called bride wealth. The bride price was higher for virgins, so sleeping with a virgin out of wedlock would rob her family of the higher sum. Given the value placed on virginity, it will also severely reduce her chances of securing a husband, which will leave her socially and economically vulnerable. The law resolves these problems by requiring the seducer to pay the higher amount and take the girl as his wife. However, the girl's father retains the right to refuse the match and keep the silver. The parallel law in Deuteronomy 22:28-29 reads as follows. Mind you, she said law. So when they try to freestyle over that passage, it's a law. If a man comes upon a virgin who is not engaged and he seizes her to fast and lies with her, and they are discovered, the man who lays with her shall pay the girl's father 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife, because he has violated her. Now, he can never have the right to divorce her. This law deals with rape rather than seduction, but the penalty is similar. The man must marry the girl and pay her father. Comparing the two laws, the differences between the penalties are matters of details. 1. Exodus calls for the customary bride price, which may have varied over time from one community to another, while Deuteronomy gives a fixed sum. 2. Deuteronomy prohibits the man from divorcing his wife because he violated her. 3. Only Exodus allows the girl's father to refuse the match. On the surface, these laws are not redundant. Deuteronomy explains what to do when an unbetrothed virgin is raped. And Exodus, that PhD wrote raped, not seduce. And Exodus explains what to do if the relationship appears consensual. But on examination, the differences between the law's penalties do not correlate with the distinction between rape and seduction. 1. The different formulations of the monetary penalty makes it impossible to know which is higher. It may be that 50 shekels was higher than the typical bride price and thus will serve as an added penalty for rape. But then we would expect Deuteronomy to give a relative sum, perhaps double the customary bride price, or the customary bride price plus some fixed amount. 2. At first blush, Deuteronomy 22:29 appears to provide the girl with extra protection by prohibiting divorce because she had been raped, because he violated her. But the term violated does not necessarily connote rape. Deuteronomy 22:23-24, which is closely related to the present law, uses to describe a sexual act that is considered consensual. In this context, the term seems to refer to devaluing a girl by taking her virginity. Thus, while this law clearly deals with rape, this PhD wrote, thus, why this law clearly deals with rape, R-A-P-E. I almost said the R the French way. R-A-P-E, R-A-P-E. The justification for prohibiting divorce is not that the girl failed to consent, but rather her virginity has been taken. 3. The provision The provision in Exodus allowing the girl's father to refuse a match would, if anything, be more appropriate for a case of rape than seduction, in spite of the protection offered by any marriage. A father might easily see his daughters remaining single a lesser evil when compared to marrying her rapist. In addition to these difficulties, if the laws were intending to complement each other, we would expect them to appear side by side rather than at two entirely different points in the Torah, explaining the differences. We can begin to make sense of these issues once we recognize that the laws belong to two different but related legal collections. The law of seduction belongs to what scholars call the covenant code. So when you hear those cats talking about, oh, I've been seduced, it's seduction, they're dealing with the CC, not the conscious community, but the covenant code. Or more accurately, the covenant collection, CC, which comprises Exodus 2019 to 2333. The rape law, the PhD wrote the rape law belongs to the Deuteronomic Code or Deuteronomic Collection, DC, just like the comics, which corresponds to Deuteronomy 12 to 26. Because the Israelites attributed their laws to God's communication with Moses, both collections are ultimately incorporated into the body of literature that coalesced into the Torah. I don't know if I pronounced that word correctly. Forgive me if I didn't. Although the precise dates of these legal collections are debated, most scholars agree that DC, just like Washington, was written later than CC, just like Conscious Community, and in many cases duplicates or revises it. Some of the changes to this law may reflect a movement away from a system that placed authority in the hands of a family patriarchs and local custom toward one that accorded more authority to officials and fixed regulations. Thus, the customary bride price becomes a fixed sum, and the girl's father loses the right to decide her fate. The father lost the right to decide the fate. The rapist must marry her, and he cannot divorce her until he dies. That's what she gets for getting raped. That's horrible. That's back in the days. I heard some Hebrew Israelite camp where a guy raped somebody and they forced the girl to marry the dude. But let's continue. The prohibition of divorce may be a similar limitation on the rights of individual men, but it also reflects an added concern for the girl's well-being. It is more difficult to explain why one law uses seduction as its example case while the other uses rape. I hear somebody is there. Let me just finish reading this and then we're going to get it cracking. Before returning to this question, we only consider a parallel passage in Mal. Mal is Middle Assyrian laws. Middle Assyrian laws were composed around 1076 BCE, probably earlier than either of the biblical collections. Mal Tablet A contains two laws on sex with an unbetrothed virgin, one dealing with rape and another with consensual sex. And unlike the Torah, the two laws appear side by side. Mal P or paragraph 55 deals with rape. The rapist must take the girl into his protection, and if he is unmarried, he must marry the girl for triple the bride price. Although her father retains the right to reject the match, if the rapist is married, however, his own wife is raped. They were hardcore back in the day. His wife didn't do anything. MLAA P56 deals with an ostensibly consensual relationship. In this case, the man simply pays a monetary penalty, and the girl's father shall treat his daughter in whatever manner he chooses. It's whatever, do your thing. Unlike the biblical laws, MALA distinguishes rape from consensual sex by adding a penalty requiring the rape of the rapist's wife. Because the biblical laws lack this provision, they do not allow for a meaningful distinction between the two scenarios, and each collection only needed one law. In most other respects, the laws in MALA resemble the law in CC. they allow the father to reject the match, do not explicitly prohibit divorce, and base the monetary penalty on the customary bride price, although in this case it is triple. Evaluating the relationship between the laws. I will stop here, but I just want to read it in full so nobody says, oh, no, you didn't read the full thing, it's not in context. Scholars differ in their assessments of the relationship among CC, DC, and MALA, but there is a good argument for the view that MALA influenced both biblical collections. If this is correct, it would seem that DC drew the rape scenario from MALA. P55, while CC drew the scenario of consensual sex from MAL P56. The reasons for these decisions are not clear, but there may be a clue in Deuteronomy 22:23-27, which spares a betrothed girl the death penalty for sex if a man, not her fiance, is sorry, let me read this again. Which spares a betrothed girl the death penalty for sex with a man, not her fiance, if she has been raped. This indicates that the author of DC considered consent a potential factor in determining female culpability, and he may have been uncomfortable using the example of a consensual relationship in law that aimed in part to protect the girl, even though consent has no legal impact in this case. When the Torah laws are compared to the laws in MALA, both similarities and differences come to light. All the laws emphasize the offense against the father and not the crime of aggression against the girl herself, although they show some consideration for the girl's well-being in providing the possibility of marriage. The law differ in their monetary penalty. CC simply requires a restitution of the girl's lost value, while MALA calls for a higher sum, presumably as a punishment for circumventing the father's authority to arrange a marriage for his daughter. DC's penalty is difficult to evaluate, as noted above. Last paragraph. The most significant difference between the laws, however, is MALA's punishment of rape for the rape of the rapist's wife. Similar vicarious full measure punishments appear in the laws of Hammurabi. Now, this is in the different spelling of Hammurabi. According to the cuneiform writing, it's actually pronounced Hammurabi. But none appear in the biblical collections, which restrict punishment to the perpetrator. Deuteronomy 24:16 expresses the principle behind this distinction. Parents shall not be put to death for children, nor children be put to death for parents. A person shall be put to death only for his own crime. But Deuteronomy 24:16 was not respected by Adonai when it comes to David and Bathsheba. Because he had done what he did with Bathsheba, making it do what he do, the child died. The laws of Hammurabi's code is housed in the Louvre Museum, Paris, France. And French is the original language of the Asiatic black man. So if any of them wants to have more insight into their culture, they can ask me to translate anything they want. If they want to know how to say peace, God, or anything else, they can feel free to ask. All right. To Real. Is that you, brother? Maybe he's away. Oh my goodness.
Nah, I'm here, bro. What's going on, Shaka?
Yeah, just wanted to check it was really because you never know.
Oh yeah, it's
brother?
me.
Yeah.
What's going on with you, man?
Oh man, I was flowing for 2 hours and 30 minutes, nearly 2:29 to be exact.
Yeah. I'm not gonna go back and forth with you on that because
feel free.
Because we did that before.
Mm.
We did that before, and I basically made the same argument that Zion made. I'm wondering if he's seen our conversation because he made damn near the same argument that I was making. But yeah, I'm not.
They be watching us. I don't know if he saw our conversation, but many people be watching what we say. As a matter of fact, there's a lot of time I touch on some topics, and I see some people with larger platform, who pay for subscribers and for views. You know what I'm saying? They touch on the same topic, but It is
Yeah.
what it is, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, but I actually came on here, man, to did you ever find out what the Canaanites did, man?
Well, you were supposed to tell us. That's what we asked you.
Well, I told y'all to go like look into it because y'all was just saying they didn't do nothing. Like
But
I was,
from my understanding, they didn't do anything. What did
oh,
they do to the
I don't have my
Israelites?
camera on. My bad, my bad. I know you make people have their camera on.
Yeah.
So you never went and looked into it?
Well, I don't search for something I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah.
mean, if I search for something, I know what I'm looking for. I mean, you know, like we just asked you, what did they do to them? You know, as far as we're concerned, they didn't do anything to them. But if you feel otherwise, you know, feel free. You know.
So you're you're real big on child like advocacy, right? That's what I figure. That's what I
Well,
always see.
not just children, you know, really everybody, but people should care more about the
But mainly
children
the
than
kids, right?
adults. Well, mainly, I don't know if I should say that, but those predators, they target the kids more than the adults, you know.
Yeah.
It's easier for them to hurt children than adults, you know. But
So if you came across a people that were sacrificing their kids in fire, would those people not need to be? What would you do with them people? Because I would wipe their ass out.
yeah, but that's hypothetical, you know, and that's not even historical. But the thing is that that's not the Israelites.
What's not historical?
Sacrifice of the fire. You have a cessation of that.
Yeah, they found in the area of Canaan, they found the kid bones with the chicken bones and all type of other animal bones.
If you can share a link with us, you know, I will learn something today.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll find that link. And they also found that the kids, because why would you have your kids buried along with animal bones, right? If the kids were,
I haven't seen a link, so you know, if you're asking why,
but if you saw that link, that would raise some eyebrows.
That'd be interesting. But you see, you're moving the goalposts though. First,
No, I'm asking.
First, they did something to the Israelites. Now,
They did do something to the Israelites.
They're bad people. They were sacrificing their kids. You know what I'm saying?
They did do something to the Israelites.
Okay,
if somebody's sacrificing their kids, first of all, they did something to me because I'm gonna be pretty pissed off about that. But they also, when the Israelites were looking for safe passage through, the king of the Amorites or the Canaanites did not let them pass. He told them no, which would have caused them to have to take a different path, which could have cost them people lives. You know, imagine if you're trying to get crossing through somewhere, right? And I show up and I'm like, nah, you ain't crossing through here. Go around, go over the mountain and go around that way, right? And then a few of your people die. Wouldn't they? Then they did something to you, right?
Well, you know, there's maritime law. There's laws for the air as well. And if I have a plane or a boat, I cannot just take any road I want. They're gonna tell me, okay, you're authorized to take that route. You know what I'm saying? And if you want to blame people like, oh, if you let me take the route that I wanted to take, then you know my wife would have delivered safely, or you know I would have been healed, or my family member would have been healed. So I hold you responsible. So therefore, I'm going to take over your country. Who's going to buy that? Who's going to say it's logical?
Well, the reason that the Israelites went to take over Canaan is because God had told them, but he also gave them 430 years, and they spent the whole time doing all type of wicked stuff, inbreeding. And you can actually find the kids' skulls, Shaka, were burned. Shaka?
Yeah, well, I haven't seen any link with about that, but
okay, is that what Divine is asking for a link for?
Probably, but
okay,
inbreeding, you mean like Abraham and Sarah? You mean like David's son and his half sister?
Yeah, inbreeding, like how the Pharaoh married his daughters. Yes, that type of inbreeding. Yeah,
symbolic marriages, you know.
Nah, there wasn't no symbolic marriage with that Pharaoh marrying his daughter, and he married his sister too, if I'm not mistaken.
Like Abraham.
Abraham didn't marry his sister, but that was his cousin. That's still wrong in my book. Kind of nowadays.
Sarah was his sister. We went through that, and we can go through
that.
Yeah,
I showed you it wasn't. I showed you it wasn't.
In the Bible?
Yeah.
You sure?
I know you do a lot of shows, so you probably don't be remembering, but I already showed you, Shaka.
Well, I think you're wrong about that.
She's his cousin or his niece. I'm sorry.
Was that
His
in the
niece.
Bible, brother?
Yeah, it
You
tells
sure?
you. It tells
Well,
it tells you.
whenever you're ready, feel free to share that with us. But
Yeah, one thing about me, Shaka, I ain't gonna lie, man. I don't remember Bible verses off the top of my head like some people.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah, it's okay. No, it
go to
doesn't have to be
Genesis.
today.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't. I
it
don't.
doesn't have today. But I think I don't think that's in the Bible.
But
Because
in the story of Terah, yeah, it is. When Terah's son dies, or his brother, or whoever it was, his daughter's not Terah died. What's his name? His brother, whatever, dies. Terah takes over the two daughters and Lot.
we
And
went through it. I think you don't
yeah.
remember, but we clearly established that it is indeed his half sister, just like you said.
No, it's not. No, it's not. We didn't establish. You didn't establish that with me.
Whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready.
We did it already, Shaka.
But check this out.
Sister Andrea was here and everything else.
But check this
We
out.
can do it again, man. I don't care.
Anytime. But check this
Okay.
out. So basically, what did the Canaanites do to the Israelites?
Well, I told you, they didn't give them safe passage through. That was one thing. That's doing something to me. Because if I have to go all the way to hell around just because, and I come to you peacefully, I'm like, hey, brother, can I pass peacefully? I'm not gonna do nothing. I just need to pass. And you like, nah, go around. You did something to me off the jumper right there.
Okay.
So that's doing something to me.
So ladies and gentlemen, if Turiria wants to take a path in your neighborhood, don't tell him no, because
How the hell you gonna tell me I can't cut through your neighborhood
and kill everybody? Yeah, because he didn't let him through.
Well, no, the reason that they killed everybody is because of the wicked deeds that they were up to.
Yeah, but that's what God said to them allegedly. You know what I'm saying?
No, but then we go into archaeology and we actually find that there was a kid's cut in half, Shaka. Cut in half.
Well, first of all, I haven't seen anything.
Okay, but before I show you, I'm not just gonna talk all this crap on my butt, man. Like,
yeah,
I see the info.
That's the way we do. Usually.
I'm just having a conversation right now. I'm not like,
and we can do that. We can do that.
Yeah, I'm not trying to show you all the.
Once again, let's presume they sacrifice their children.
Yeah.
And it was most likely a practice in the Levant. Hence why we have the history of Abraham about to sacrifice his son, I think Isaac, if I'm not mistaken. I may be wrong about that. Which shows that, it was a practice that they had. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Which indicates that it was most likely a practice that they had, in this area. Let's presume the Canaanites used to just sacrifice their children, like every first child, they do that, like that's their thing, that's their MO, like that's how they get down. What does it have to do with the Israelites? They didn't do anything to the Israelites. Because the Mayans, the Incas or Mayans, but I think it was the Mayans, in South America, they were very, very big on sacrifice. You know what I'm saying? We have paintings of that, they used to lay them on that stone, that rock, and then, cut them around here and then pull out the heart and stuff like that, and maybe decapitate them as well. We have kind of depictions of that in the movie by Mel Gibson, Apocalypto, I forgot the exact title. But yeah, they were very big on that. Now, would somebody be justified and say, oh, you guys doing human sacrifice? And we're going to go bomb rush you mofos and take over your land.
I think that's justified in my book. I mean, if I see some people sacrificing kids or hear about it, and I go and I see that it's happening, then that's justified to wipe them motherfuckers out in my book.
But in the
I
Bible,
don't play about kids, man. That's one thing.
In the Bible, don't we have a story about two women who are like, oh, today we eat my child and tomorrow we're going to eat your child?
I don't know about that.
I'm going to look for it, brother.
I don't know about that one. But I mean, we find all type of archaeology, all type of archaeological, findings in Avares and all through there, man, where there was like the kids' skulls were literally burned. They were burned. And why the hell would you have kid bones along with chicken bones and all type of animal bones? Can you explain that, Shaka?
Because of Hammurabi Road, because people were buried with their properties.
So they buried babies with their property.
They buried people with their property.
Okay, can you show me where that's done in where we talking about, my brother? because we're talking about a specific area.
Shouldn't
You
be
might be able to go and find some motherfuckers doing that in Cambodia, but are we talking about the same area?
Well, I would say in most places around the world, people will be buried with some of their property, with some valuable items, you know, jewelry and different
Chicken
objects.
bones from animals, like I'm gonna bury my baby right here, and I'm gonna bury a goat next to him, like that.
Are you sure they buried the babies with chicken?
Like the bones, Shaka, that they found, they weren't even I'm not sure if it was specifically a chicken,
Because you
but
see,
it was bones of animals.
so far I still haven't seen any link. But what if it was a volcano, for example, and then they got burned? Why would I come to the conclusion that, oh, they willingly burned their children with a chicken? I mean, we're tripping over a chicken to justify people taking over a whole country and killing people. Two wrongs don't make a right.
Well, the story according to the Bible is that they went there because they were wicked. Still, after 400 plus years that they were there, they still were doing all type of stuff. Hold on real quick, Shaka.
Yeah, no problem. Take your time, brother. Take your time. Okay, now, looking for the passage about, you know, eating the child.
My bad. My son came in here.
Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry. I know what it is.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. That's weird to me, right? And then we also hear that other people. I'm not gonna say that they're the end all be all, but the Greeks and the Romans also talked about how people were sacrificing their kids. Now they may have embellished, you may say that, but this is another corroborating source. And then along with the bones that were found, along with what the Bible also says, I think we might be on to something here. Maybe they were some wicked ass people that deserved to get their ass wiped the hell out.
Yeah, but deserve, that's subjective. That's subjective.
If any people is letting some child sacrifice go on, man, they need to be wiped out.
Well, here it is. You're worried about the children. 2 Kings chapter 6, verse 28 to 29. When he asked her, what's the matter? She answered, this woman said to me, give up your son, so we may eat him today, and tomorrow we eat my son. So we cooked my son and ate him. The next day I said to her, give up your son so we may eat him. But she had hidden him. So would you go and say, oh, they killed the child, they ate him, I'm going to destroy and kill all of them because they did something wicked? Would you do that?
Well, this is an individual person right here. I still think that's wicked as hell. Don't get me wrong. Let me just start by saying that. But I'm not familiar with the story. I'm gonna have to go in and get context of who's even being talked about, because I don't even know what that's.
I think it's a king, and I think it's gonna say, "Oh, what you did? What? Oh, you're gonna go? Hold on."
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I'm not real big on the New Testament like that.
6:28. So I'm gonna put 6. So the company of the prophets said to Elijah, look, the place where we meet with you is too small for us. Let's go to the Jordan, where each of us can get a pole, and let us build a place there for us to meet. And he said, go. And one of them said, won't you please come with your servants? I will, Elisha replied. And he went with them. They went to the Jordan and began to cut down trees. As one of them was cutting down a tree, the iron axe head fell into the water. Oh no, my Lord, he cried. I was borrowed. It was borrowed. The man of God asked, where did it fall? When he showed him the place, Elijah cut a stick and threw it there and made the iron float. Lift it out, he said. The man reached out his hand and took it. Elisha traps blinded Arameans. You know what? I'm gonna. What was the passage? It was 28. Okay.
I could read it on my own time, Shaka. I mean, unless you want to.
I'm almost there. Famine in besieged Samaria. Sometime later, Ben-Hadad, king of Aram, mobilized his entire army and marched up and laid siege to Samaria. There was a great famine in the city. The siege lasted so long that a donkey's head sold for 80 shekels of silver and a quarter of a cab of seed pods for 5 shekels. As the king of Israel was passing by on the wall, a woman cried to him, help me, my lord, the king. The king replied, if the Lord does not help you, where can I get help for you? From the threshing floor? from the wine press? Then he asked her, "What's the matter?" She answered, "This woman said to me, 'Give up your son, so we may eat him today, and tomorrow we'll eat my son.' So we cooked my son and ate him. The next day I said to her, 'Give up your son, so we may eat him.' But she had hidden him." When the king heard the woman's words, he tore his robes. As he went along the wall, the people looked, and they saw that under his robes he had sackcloth on his body. I don't know what sackcloth is. He said, "May God deal with me, be it ever so severely, if the head of Elisha, son of Shaphat, remains on his shoulder today." Now Elisha was sitting in his house, and the elders were sitting with him. The king sent a messenger ahead, but before he arrived, Elisha said to the elders, "Don't you see how this murderer is sending someone to cut off my head? Look, when the messenger comes, shut the door and hold it shut against him. It's not the sound of his it's not the sound of his master's footstep behind him." But he was still talking to them. The messenger came down to him. Well, I thought he was gonna say that he killed a woman or whatever, but I don't know if he comes up next. But we have an idea. He's clearly stated. We have the passage, but here it continues. Elijah replied, blah 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 blah. Okay, well, but this is in the Bible. She even told the king that's what we did. Because Hammurabi said that she did a video on that. Yeah, so
it was one thing about me, man, I don't like speaking on stuff I don't really don't know about, right? So I don't know about that verse, and I feel like I'll have to go read it and just to get better understanding. But it sounds to me like that was during the famine, no?
Yeah, that's what it's saying.
Okay. Well, yeah,
does that make it okay?
No, I'm not. No, it doesn't. But I'm sure all type of stuff happened during sieges and famine. You know what I'm saying? But we are actually talking about a people who the priesthood would be basically the voice and the damn near the leaders at this point in time in history, and they're the ones that are doing the sacrificing.
Says who?
Says the Greeks. Says the Bible.
The Greeks is not the Bible, but
in the Bible, I mean, it's all type of stuff that the priests come out stabbing themselves and cutting themselves and all type of stuff.
If they wanted the Shia, you heard about the Shia, right? You have the Muslims,
majority
is the Sunni, the Shia. Many of them, they have that celebration, not just a festival, and they cut themselves with blades in commemoration of Ali. Because I'm not too familiar, but I think that Ali was kind of they cut him up like he had a horrible death, But in commemoration of somebody, they do that, men and children.
Yeah.
Am I going to say, oh, the Shias, they cut themselves? That's messed up.
I mean, you have the Christians that, or not Christians, but the people that whip themselves.
In the Philippines, some do that. They would say they even crucify. They get crucified. You know what I'm saying?
And in Rome too, right? Those people, they whip themselves on the back and shit.
I think some Catholics used to do
that. Suffer like how Christ suffered.
So I'm gonna say, dang, this cat is whipping himself. I'm gonna put an end to his misery. Blah, 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 blah. Come on.
Yeah, man. But that's actually not what I'm talking about, Shaka. I'm saying that if the Greeks say that they cut themselves and did this type of things, and then the Bible is saying that they cut themselves and did these type of things, then we have corroborating sources.
Okay, so
right, where
did the Greeks say that?
So the Greeks didn't say that the Amorites were sacrificing kids and doing all type of stuff?
I'm just asking, where did the Greeks say? Where can we find this?
Just look up what the Greeks say about the Amorites. Yeah, this is 2023, bro.
I can say,
like, for real, y'all want me to give you go on the computer and type type in what did the Greeks say about the Amorites? About sacrifice. Just look up child sacrifice in Canaan.
Anytime you're ready about that. You can't send me to do homework for your claim.
No, I'm not.
That's what it sounds like you're trying to do. But
I'm making a claim. If you look the claim up and it's not true, come back and you can bust my head.
Bro, I did that for years. I spent a lot of time, looking for people's claims. Now, the burden of proof is on the claimant. But let's say that they did cut themselves once again.
I don't feel like I should have to prove myself about little things. That's a little minute detail to.
I disagree.
Okay.
Because that's your justification for them being killed by the Israelites. So
No, what I'm proving by showing that they both cut themselves. That's not. You can't just go kill somebody because they cut themselves.
so far in approving, you're claiming.
What I'm doing is showing corroborating sources that are saying the same things.
What are the sources?
The Bible is saying it. The Greeks and the Romans are saying
the Greeks
about
and
the same
Romans.
people.
That's some people. That's not a source. But let's say they cut themselves every day. They kill the children once a week. Is that a justification to kill them and take their land?
Hell yeah, it is. Hell yeah. Okay. They kill the children and these niggas over here cutting themselves and doing. If I'm with some of my boys and we look down the street and we see some dudes throwing a baby in the fire, and we sit there like, dang, they just threw the baby in the fire. Hey, well, we can't do nothing to us. They didn't do nothing to us. No, bro.
Is that in the Bible that they threw their babies in the fire?
It says, in the Bible, it says they sacrificed their children in the fires of Molech. And they also,
Okay. Well, even if it does say that in the Bible, which I'm not familiar with, it's still a claim. It's not.
It's in Leviticus.
Yeah, but it's like the Exodus story. It says that the people were enslaved and they left the country, and it must have been like maybe a 250,000 people that left the country altogether. Then the Pharaoh and his army died in the water, and nobody in history dares mention that today.
How many people?
I think it was like a 250,000 people.
Oh, it wasn't millions of people.
Wow. Well, let's find out.
According to the Bible,
let's find out, because this is estimate about something that did not happen in history. But
but we're talking about the Bible. We can keep it in the context of that. I know you don't believe in it.
How many Hebrews left Egypt in the Exodus? So this is Jay's store, which is quite reliable.
What does the Bible say, not somebody's interpretation?
No, I don't think the Bible gives a figure. I really don't think.
Okay.
The Father. Oh, but here, that same website that Bible Zion Lexx use, somebody says two most common views on the population of the children of Israel are that they numbered over 2 million people, or only about 30,000. So there's a huge difference.
Yeah.
I've seen 2.4. So shortly after leaving Egypt, Numbers 1:17-46, while Israel was at Sinai, God commanded the census, typically translated into English. The post-Exodus Israelite army numbered well over 600,000 men. This figure implies a total Israel population of about 2.4 million, a staggering figure for that era.
Which would have been more than all the other people that were in that area. So we can pretty much guarantee that they probably embellished the number.
But the Bible is wrong in so many respects. But
man wrote the Bible.
So
did they not?
They got the message wrong, because they called it the truth.
I read that article before. If you keep scrolling down, it says that would have been, if the calculations are correct according even to the Bible, that they would have outnumbered most of the people that even lived in that time. I mean, at the time of the Exodus, Egypt had what, maybe 2-3 million. So you're telling me that 2.4 of them were Israelites that left?
And I agree with you.
Okay.
The professor from my university,
I
did quote her, and she estimates the population. I may have it if I have a look here, because every now and then I save. So if I have it, it's going to be here. And I think she estimates the population like 2 to 3 million, something to that effect. The population of Egypt. Now, of course, she gives a time period, because it was not the same all the time. But yeah, I think it's about. But if I put population, I will have so much. Oh, 19 results only. Okay. I'm sorry, I can rock with that. But maybe I did not. Population. Maybe I don't have it here, but on my other computer. Okay, I'm gonna open the other computer just for the record. But yeah, I think she estimates it. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was her. Between 2 to 3 million. So yeah, it's unlikely that the Israelites will be more numerous,
right?
The Egyptians. But then again, we have a figure of males, so of course they presume that there were many more women and children. Which makes sense if you go by that figure. But this is all fictional stories and fairy tales.
Yeah, according to y'all, that's fine.
Well, according to history,
Nah, history.
History
The consensus is that Jesus was real. So you saying that the consensus is wrong according
history
to
says Jesus is real. We don't have a single document that mentions Jesus' name during his lifetime. So
Well, I'm just saying, like, y'all disagree with the census all the time. So, like, going with the census and the consensus of what the consensus is.
Consensus. But are you saying that the historicity of Jesus is attested?
I'm saying that most scholars would say Jesus is the real person.
Most scholars.
Yeah.
No, brother.
No, really? Okay.
Yeah. Of course. How many scholars will say that his historicity is not established? We haven't drawn a place to be.
Oh man.
No. How are you doing, Sister Andra?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Oh, I'm chilling.
Hey, to real.
What's going on? How you doing?
I'm doing pretty
I
good.
already know you ain't here to get the belt. Go ahead. Get the belt out.
No, I'm just coming to engage in the conversation. So
Okay.
I've been out here on my computer looking at that question that you asked. What did the Canaanites do to deserve all whatever they got? So from what I'm reading, it says that they were to go into a place. They were to go to a place, and if it's peace there, go to this place. Where am I at? I am in, because those people did. I don't care what kind of gods they were serving. They had nothing to do with y'all. Had nothing to do with the Israelites. Y'all was supposed to be obeying what God told y'all to do. And then God told y'all to destroy these people because they were serving other gods that they should have rightfully been serving their own gods. Who are you to intervene on what other people are doing? So it shows the weakness of the Israelites by them saying, go over here. God told them to go to this place. If they let you go through, if they let you come through, then there's peace there. They're your tributaries, and they will serve you. How are you going to make a people? You're going into a people's land to try to go through, and those people are saying, and if they say no, we don't want you to come through, God said, kill them all. But if they do let you go through, they're a tributary and they're to serve the Israelites. What kind of crap is that? I mean, either way they went, they were going to be either destroyed or made servants. So what difference does it make to the Israelites that those people were serving different gods? That's what they were supposed to be doing. It had nothing to do with it. But God said, destroy them so they don't teach you to serve their gods. I mean, seriously? I mean, God was so weak that he couldn't keep his own people from learning from other people's stuff they weren't supposed to do. That's what I'm reading. So what if they served Baal? So what if they were doing all those other things? How does that concern Israel? How? I'm asking you to real. I'm asking.
Okay, yeah, no, I was just waiting for you to be finished. I didn't want to interrupt you, cut you build or nothing. I think if somebody is doing something to kids, sacrificing them, anything like that, that's a wicked people. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what God they worshiping. That's a wicked people to me.
Okay, so then
so I don't care what happens to their ass after that, to be honest. I don't care if a bomb drops on their ass.
Okay.
Hold on. Sorry, Sister Andrea. Too real now. In the Bible, it says several times that they can go and see cities. They're ordered to see cities. So the woman, we know what happened to them. They don't kneel and give them a ring. They run through them. So since the Israelites did that, are they wicked people, or is it okay because God said so?
Is it wicked that they did what? Go and take over a city and then keep the women?
And yeah, rape the woman. The woman had no choice.
How do you know that all those women were raped?
So are you of the opinion that all the women of the cities that they seized had the choice, and they chose they just got married and they were happy ever after? Is that your claim?
No, I'm not gonna say happily ever after, but I mean, you ain't really got a choice. If some men come in here and they're having a war, and your husband die, and all the men that are in your town die. I mean, would you want to die too? They could just kill your ass.
But that's what your scriptures tell them to do, though. The scriptures are sitting here telling them, you know,
the Canaanites. Yeah, it told them to wipe them out completely. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So my point is again, what
That's the
did those
Canaanites,
people?
though. It doesn't say to go in and just whenever you find some people, just go in and wipe them out and take their shit. It doesn't say that.
It tells them to destroy the Canaanites, the
Canaanites. Yes.
No, there were several of them.
Shaka's talking about something else.
There were several other groups that God told them to go and destroy. It wasn't just the Canaanites. There were several of them. Amorites, the Hivites.
The Amorites are I mean, they're interchangeable with Canaanites.
So again, I'm gonna ask the question again. So in today's time, you know, people. I mean, there are these things that are going on today, just like that. There's children sacrifice going on. Would you go? So you're advocating going there, find these people, and just dropping a bomb? What are you gonna do?
Yeah, I'm advocating for all sex traffickers. To be exterminated at this.
But it has nothing to do with your religion. It has to do with what is morally, what is considered moral. I'm not an Israelite, but I can do that. I can feel the same way you feel.
Right, which is why when they got the word of God through the wisdom, they seen that, okay, yeah, you know, we do need to go ahead and go through with this because these people are killing kids, sacrificing them. They're doing all type of weird sexual things with all type of stuff. According to the Bible, I'm in the Bible right now. So they were told to go, and that gave them justification when God said, go and take care of these people. They've been there for 430 years, and they've been doing it the whole time. I gave them chances. Go get their ass and wipe them out completely. Don't leave not a one, because then you will begin to sacrifice your kids in the fires of Molech, which the Israelites did do. So this is why they were told not to go into there.
Okay, but the problem is the children of Israel were disobedient. Why should other people have to suffer who were doing what they were doing, independent of them? But because there's a chance that the Israelites would do the same thing, those people have to be destroyed instead of God destroying the Israelites. I mean that would seem fair to me. Your people should know better. You've been told, your people, you know, God laid down the law. This is what you're supposed to do. Blah 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 blah. If you don't, this is what's going to happen. Yada 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 yada. That's who should have been punished for disobeying, not the people who are doing what they're supposed to be doing. I mean, you know, they weren't Israelites, so those laws didn't apply to them.
Well, the Israelites did get punished.
Yeah, but they didn't get wiped out.
No, but
they just like they were wiping other people out.
No, but they became the very evil that God sent them in there to eradicate.
But he didn't wipe them out. He didn't ask for the Israelites to be wiped out.
No, he didn't. He cursed them. That's what they get. That's why they began to do the same things that the Canaanites were doing. Okay, he tried to tell their dumbasses, and they went in there and were like, nah, we're going to take the women and do what they do. Like Shaka say, do what they do. And they did all type of stuff. And that's why they got their ass in the situation they were in.
Okay, so God's not a fair God then, because they should have been wiped out just as well. Somebody should have gone and done the same thing, but because God said that those were the chosen people, or the Israelites were the chosen people, they didn't suffer the same punishment as everybody else that was doing the same thing they were doing. How does that make that a just God? I'm sorry, I'm confused.
That's a good question, to be honest. That's a very good question. I would say it's more along the lines of the fact that they were told to go in there, wipe out the Canaanites, or you will become as the Canaanites, right? And just to make it short and sweet. So when they went in there, they didn't do what God said. They went in there and became the Canaanites. That was their punishment, in my opinion. That's what the punishment that they got from that. And then from that, they became a wicked people, and we get all the curses that come on from there.
Yeah, again, to me, so that's an unjust punishment. Leave the women and children, go in there and kill all the men.
I mean, they got all the curses of Deuteronomy. I mean,
what other curses that are so bad as to being wiped out? What
slavery.
Seriously?
Slavery.
Okay, so being unalived is the word they use these days. Being unalived is worse than slavery. I mean, those people were wiped out, the whole mess of them. But then the same thing didn't apply to Israel. That's not unjust God to me. I'm sorry. If you wind up doing the same thing that you sent somebody else out there to do, to destroy, then you deserve the same punishment that you sent those people out there to do. That's an unjust God. I mean, y'all can try to slice it and dice it and cut it and make it sound good.
What we're talking about is subjective. I mean, it's subjective, you know?
No, it's evil. It's evil for God to say that those people were wrong. Then you learn the behavior of what the people were doing wrong. And then you didn't get meet with the same judgment those people got met with. That is evil. That is not subjective. That's not.
But Andrea, you read Deuteronomy. Those curses that befell their ass were not pretty. It wasn't just like, since y'all didn't do what I said, just go on about your way. No, like they got cursed because of their evil for not listening. What God told them to go in and do, if they would have done, would have been a better to the world. If according to the Bible, what they were doing is true. Sacrificing kids. I believe if the Israelites would have went in there and wiped all their ass out, of course, except for the kids, and then wiped their ass out, then, I think it would have been better. But it is what it is.
You don't think
they didn't do that.
So you don't think those children would have, they saw all that and would have grown up to be like that again? I mean, I'm just, it's just mind-boggling that there's this double standard.
This is why the Bible says that my ways are not your ways.
Well, no, it says we're created in God's image too. If you want to go what the Bible says, and we can see, God. He also says, "I create good and I create evil." So the same God that does all of this, how is it that it's a good thing when He sends the Israelites in to destroy people? But then it's evil what the people were doing that they were going into to do. If God created good and evil, then all of that should have been okay.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that. That's fair. Not disagreeing with you on anything.
Well, I'm like I said, I'm just confused. I don't think they deserved any annihilation any more than anybody else did. If your God is supposed to be this all powerful and all knowing and all omniscient and all these other things, all these words, all these high accolades that are given to the God of Israel, then you all should have been the first ones wiped out because you disobeyed umpteen times and got umpteen chances compared to everybody else. You're talking about 430 years. How much did Israel sin in that time frame? It was a constant. It was a constant of y'all doing bad over and over again.
Before that, there was what we're talking about with the Canaanites. This is when God delivered them out of Egypt, right? According to the Bible, right? I know y'all don't believe that,
and they got in trouble. That's why they walked that desert.
There was no Israelite.
There
was no Israelite people at this time.
Okay, well, I'm just saying Israelite for the sake of conversation. Okay,
right,
so
okay.
whoever those, however you want to call those people at that time, you all should have been annihilated way before then because you were the ones who were constantly disobeying. The other people who were not serving God, who were considered pagan or whatever word was applied to them at the time, what difference does that make to you, or to what should it make to them if they were serving this all-powerful one God who's supposed to be able to do and keep and all this other kind of stuff? How is it what another nation is doing supposed to be so bad? That's just for this God to be this awesome God just kind of.
That's what I'm saying. Subjective, right? Because I believe if you find a nation where kids are being sacrificed, where all type of weird sexual deviancy is going on, I believe their ass should be wiped the hell out. That's what the hell I believe. So that's why I say it's subjective, because you believe that they should be able to do what they want to do. If they want to sacrifice the kids, who are you to tell them that they can't sacrifice kids? But I'm saying I ain't letting that shit happen on my watch, and I'm glad that God did tell their ass to go in there, and I wish they would have done it. That's why I say it's subjective,
Yeah.
That's why. But I hear what you're saying. You make very good points. That
But
I'm gonna have to go
I think
in
that's
and,
just a way for, again, I mean, I try not to keep going down this rabbit hole or whatever. But that's
yeah.
again a way for men to get all these women that they want to have and be able to do with those women what they want to do with those women. Because it says destroy all the men, but keep the women, the children, keep everything else. Just get rid of all the men. And it's just So was it just the men doing all the dirty? I mean, I'm confused. Again, I'm confused. Who was doing it? I mean, you just kill the men because they're strong and they can make you do stuff. I don't know. I mean, they must have liked doing it because they did it.
I have a question.
He told him to kill the women too, but yeah, go ahead, Shaka.
Earlier, you said you're down with the killing of the unrighteous people, except for the babies, right?
Yeah, I know. Shaka, I already know he said kill the babies too.
All right, there exactly.
I know that. Shaka.
1 Samuel 15, verse 3. Now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to him. All that belongs to them. Do not spare them.
Now, women and suckling, yeah,
men, women, children, and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys.
I think it says suckling at one point, right?
Well, other translation probably says suckling. That would be for infants. So is that okay?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I mean, if we're looking at it, to be honest, that's why I brought up Nat Turner, right? Why did the slaves, when they were freeing themselves, kill the kids too? Right? Hold on, Shaka, because I was trying to make this point last time and y'all kept cutting me off and then misinterpreted what the hell I was saying.
Go ahead.
So I'm gonna try and make it again. The reason that they did that is because they said that their kids will grow up and enslave my damn kids. So they, in God's eyes, he's thinking that the kids have been tainted, which could possibly be so. I mean, what happened to all the kids of the people that had us in slavery? They done grown up, and we still in a bad situation in America because these motherfuckers that are running the country are the kids of the people that had our goddamn ass enslaved. So this is why the slaves, when they were going around, they're like, kill their ass too. And I understand it, but I don't agree with it personally. I mean, I feel like the kid could grow up and probably be different, but I'm not God. I can't see into the hearts of people. So that could be my naive thinking. And really it is, because the people of all them people, when you see them pictures and the niggas hanging from a tree or burn the hell up and you see all the white people smiling, they went on to have kids. Okay? And they kids are probably the ones that are in government and all type of shit that are running this country. So this is probably why he told them to wipe their ass out. So I understand it, but me personally, I don't agree with it. I don't agree with everything in the Bible, Shaka.
Okay, so you don't agree with God then?
No, I don't agree with some of the things that man did.
No, but the order came from God.
Yeah, the order came from God, and I said I understand why he said it. I understand, but I'm not.
Do you agree?
I understand it. I feel like in some cases that might be a good idea, Shaka.
Yeah. No, yeah. I know you understand it, but all I'm asking is, do you agree?
I'm not God, but yeah, I would agree with it in some scenarios. Yes, I would.
No, I'm
but that's how.
This one here. Hold on, please. Sister,
what you're saying, Shaka, is if you care about the kids, why would you care if God went in and why don't you care if God told you to go kill the kids? I get what you're saying.
If you don't want to answer, you can say I don't want to answer. I'm not going to force you.
No, I already answered clearly.
Well, okay, let's be clear.
Okay.
1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 3, because it says, I am the one the Lord sent to anoint you king over his people Israel. So it is God. So now listen. So listen now to the message from the Lord. This is what the Lord Almighty says. And we can see, he says, attack destroy all they have, blah, blah, blah. Do not spare them, put to death men, women, children, and infants. Do you agree with that?
In some cases, I agree with that. With the motherfucking slaves killing them damn slave kids. Yeah, I do.
No, you realize you're not answering my
So in
question.
that's what I'm saying. In some scenarios, I do. So in this scenario,
no,
I would have to
this
look into who these people are. It's talking about the Amalekites. I'm not even sure who that is.
Okay, so
okay.
So basically, you have no
Shaka,
answer.
you're not talking to your average Israelite where everything you find in the Bible I have to agree. No, Shaka.
Yeah, but it's difficult for you to say that you disagree. So now you
That's
want to
why
look them up.
Yeah, that's why you can't really catch me up on something like that.
No, I'm not trying to catch you, but you see, check this out.
Yeah, you did.
You see, no, because you did not answer, because you're
Okay.
uncomfortable answering
Let
the
me
question.
answer the question. Ask the question. I'm gonna give you a yes or no answer. Go ahead.
Okay, fine. Now, this order from God in the Bible,
Mm-hmm.
in the book of 1 Samuel, chapter 15, verse
Mm-hmm.
3. Do you agree with that? Yes or no?
Do not spare the blah 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 blah. The Almighty says, and this is in Samuel, which I don't put no water into the New Testament. But if you want me to answer for the sake of answering this, if it is God speaking, then I would agree with it. I don't believe in the New Testament like that though, Chaka. So
that's the Old Testament.
That's the Old Testament.
That's
But
Old
you
Testament.
This is Old Testament, Samuel.
Samuel.
Samuel is Old Testament, brother.
The first 5 books.
No.
Okay, that's what I'm talking. I'm talking about the first 5 books. I don't go on past that with all the Romans, and I don't. Nah, I'm good on that.
Yeah, but the Old Testament is not just the first 5 books. I think the first 5
No,
books.
but those are the books I study. Yeah, I don't go into these. I don't
So
put no water in these.
now you separate the Bible now.
Yeah.
Okay.
I told you I'm Old Testament already. And when I say Old Testament, I mean the first 5 books.
The Torah or the Pentateuch.
Yeah.
Yeah, because in Deuteronomy, Deuteronomy
like I said,
chapter.
To answer your question, I'm sorry to cut you, Sister Andrea, but to answer your question, if according to if these people were doing the same thing that the Canaanites were doing, and it's saying going there and kill their ass, then I agree with it. Okay, that answers your question.
I'm sorry. Come again, please. Come again, please.
I said if I don't know who these people are that is speaking about, so I would have to read into the story because I don't even know. But if we're talking about these people were doing stuff in the same context that the Canaanites were doing, then they should have wiped their ass out a long time ago.
Well, okay, so obviously you don't have an answer now. You need to look them up first.
Yeah, I have to look. I have to look into it. Yeah,
and that's fine. Now you see the thing with slavery.
Mm-hmm.
We have the papal bull, spelled Bull, I think. Nicholas V, and he basically gave the go ahead. Go and civilize the people, do whatever. So he was a man of God who gave the go ahead. That's their worldview. Do you think it's okay because the claim comes from God?
And who are you talking about?
Let me look it up.
I was looking at what you were showing on screen, but you're not talking about that no more, right?
Yeah. I'm done with that. But for the record, before I forget, let me just share this because I found a quote. Now, the book is entitled Hatshepsut, the Female Pharaoh. The author is Dr. Joss Tildesley. She's a professor at the University of Manchester. She used to direct the Egyptology course. And I don't have a page number because this is from Kindle, but I just found out recently that on the app, the computer app, it may not be all books, but you can have the page numbers. But anyway, you have a quote here which says, while the farmer's life was almost certainly somewhat, I think I misspelled it here. Somewhat. No, my bad, somewhat. So while the farmer's life was almost certainly somewhat harder than the idyllic existence outlined by Herodotus, it is clear that the peasant labor force, without undue exertion, was well able to support Egypt's population of approximately 3 million during the early New Kingdom. So we have an estimation here. So that being said, let's see if I can find the order from Pope Nicholas V. What they call it, Bulla, do they? So in the late spring of 1452, Byzantine Emperor Constantine 11 wrote to Pope Nicholas for help against the impending siege by Ottoman Sultan Mehmed II. Nicholas issued the bull Dom Diversas, authorizing King Alfonso V of Portugal to attack, conquer, and subjugate Saracens, pagans, and other enemies of Christ wherever they may be found. So here we have an article about this this order, this go ahead. That's their worldview. Now we know who a pope, we know what a pope is, you know what I'm saying? So does that make it okay because the claim is from God, is divine, divinely inspired? Torero, what do you think? Does that make it okay?
Oh, I didn't know you asked me a question. You asked me about this old ass white dude on the screen?
Yeah, the Pope.
Yeah. Fuck him.
But here, but why it's okay when it's the Hebrew Israelites, but it's not okay when it's that dude who believe in the same God.
What time frame is this, Shaka?
1452. It was a papal bull.
BC or AD?
No, AD.
Yeah, AD, right? Okay.
You know, and that coincides with the transatlantic slave trade.
Doctrine of discovery and all that. Yeah.
Yeah. See, so he authorized that papal bull. Now, papal bull is a decree issued by the Pope of the Catholic Church. You see, so it authorized Alfonso V of Portugal to conquer Saracens and pagans. Now, a pagan is somebody that doesn't share the same belief system or religion.
Yep.
So with this go ahead, the rest is history.
Yeah.
But you were quick to say F him.
I was quick to say fuck him. This is what happens when our book gets in the wrong hands. People read it and get their own interpretation of what's being said to go do, and it starts saying to do all type of shit that the Bible, the Old Testament, never said.
Well, the Old Testament for you only go
I know
by
they're
the first
saying
5 books.
Yeah, that's what I put weight into. Those are the only books that really matter.
Yeah. So in Deuteronomy chapter 20, it talks about, how they're supposed to go out there and do all this conquering. And it says, if a man is just newly married, let him stay back so he doesn't have to go to war. And then if some are more fearful, stay back because we don't want you making other men's heart faint. And don't do, stay back if you this, for this, that, and the third. But it tells them when you go out here and you go into all these cities and all this stuff happens, it says here, you shall utterly destroy them, namely the Hittites and the Amorites and the Canaanites and the Perizzites and the Hivites and the Jebusites, as the Lord thy God hath commanded thee, that they teach you not to do all their abominations what they have done unto their gods, so you should not sin against the Lord your God. Why? So again, I'm asking. So this is Deuteronomy chapter.
Yeah, I know. Why are you talking about why?
Like I said, those people weren't bothering them. They weren't bothering them.
Yeah, they bothering the world. These niggas over here sacrificing kids.
Okay, so I'm just saying.
Right now, I'm getting pissed off right now just thinking about their ass doing that.
You sound like an extremist, brother.
I am a little extreme, bro, when it comes to this, because this is serious, Shaka, and this is why we in the predicament we in, man, because we've been a little bit too soft, man. Egypt, let all them niggas come in, and them niggas took that shit over. All right, so being nice, that shit out the window for a little while, man. till we get what we need.
Egypt got conquered.
I ain't
brother.
saying we gotta kill kids nowadays. Ain't nobody, God ain't speaking to your ass nowadays telling you to kill no kids. All right. So I ain't talking like Hammurabi said, you can't fit what they did back in the day into our time frame nowadays. So I agree with that.
So how do you know God told them what we've been reading in the Bible?
That was the question I was going to ask. Again,
I'm gonna be honest. Hold on, cause my phone on too. I'm gonna be honest. I believe that those people back in the day had a closer relationship to God. I feel like that's my personal opinion. I can't prove that or nothing. That's just what I think. So that's how I come to that understanding.
But how do you know? How do you know it is the word of God? Just because he said so?
Because it seems very just considering the time frame of what you had back then, right? Like what they came with, the stuff that the Bible came with was radical for that time, right? Because rape, women were not treated good in all societies. Egypt, yes, the women were treated good. They were taken kind of young too, Shaka.
But
according to you,
but nah, ain't according to me. You read the scholar that said it.
But it was no rape though, so we got that.
It was. Hey, it was rape.
So you don't look. So we can apply that to the people who did all the modern day slavery and stuff, because they considered what they were doing as manifest destiny, that they were following what the scriptures told to do. Conquer a city, conquer a nation, do all this stuff. They took the exact same thing and applied that around the world. They did the same thing.
Yeah,
to people everywhere. And even today, if we were to apply that today, they would feel like they have just cause to get rid of black coats because they think we're the scum of the earth. I mean, honestly, it's just it's something that we really have to.
But this is why the book should have been in their hands. They shouldn't be reading our book.
Again, if stuff existed prior to this one, I'm not arguing that point right there. All I'm saying is there are things that we need to consider when we start talking about all this stuff like that, because at the end of the day, when we say God said, like they say God said, like those other people over in Israel saying God said and God told them, and this is the promised land, because from what I'm reading too, Canaan, or the land of Canaan, was supposed to be the promised land too. Is that not the case?
That is correct.
Okay, so from my perspective, then that was God's excuse to run a people out of a place that they were occupying, that he said belonged to the nation of the children of Israel. It wasn't necessarily because they were doing wrong. We got to get these people up out of. So we'll say that. I mean, we can play this and roll it out into all kinds of stuff, and it just not be true, right? I mean, anybody can state claims to saying, well, those people over there are evil, for justification of doing all kinds of atrocities to people who
but what matters is if they're actually evil, right?
Yeah, but were they evil?
Like 9/11 was okay until they found out that they didn't have no weapons of mass destruction. Then people were a little pissed off.
But people knew before the war happened that it was because of the oil. You see, and that's a good
the majority of the people were with the invasion. They weren't against it after 9/11.
No, the United Nations said no, and America said we doing it anyway.
I'm talking about America. Yeah, I'm talking about from us over here.
Well, it just depends on what peoples you talk about, because I wasn't. I'm sure there were a lot who consider themselves patriots. No, I was not. No. And
I wasn't either.
And I'm gonna tell. Yeah, and one of my brothers was in the Pentagon when one of those planes hit the building. So no, No, I don't think there's any just war personally myself. There's nothing out here that says that we should just be doing all these atrocities, and then you got these dummies out here who want to rape on top of the atrocities that people are going through. It's just asinine and insane, that gives people this undeserved quote unquote power that they seem to get by doing these asinine things to other people. It's just not necessary. That's just my opinion. I think we waste so much time
nowadays
trying to conquer other people's lands they're not bothering you. I mean, we're going over here because Saddam Hussein and they're treating their people bad. Okay, but what about us here in America? I mean, they want to go and punish another nation because these nations are doing their people wrong. And they're like, hey, dog, look in the mirror first. Don't come over here trying to straighten us out and you doing your people wrong in your own country. Stay your ass where you belong. Clean up your backyard before you come over here and try to tell us how to clean up our yard. I mean, that's the same thing Hitler told them. That's all I'm saying, man. You talking about what we did to these people over here, but man, look what you did to all them other, all them slaves you brought over there. Look at what y'all did. How you gonna tell us we evil? And you're doing the same thing. I mean, it's ridiculous. And the same thing with the children of Israel. Okay, so how do we know that they learned that from other people? How do we know that they weren't just doing stuff? We don't know that. We just know because somebody put something down that's supposed to be. We're supposed to take that at face value, that they weren't worshiping other gods. I mean, they were getting in trouble from the time Moses came down off the mountain. All that stuff was going on. They was doing all kind of dirty, but somehow
they were worshiping several gods, and we have different sources. Like a J source, P source, but there's so many deities mentioned in the Bible. When we look at archaeology, they have so many carvings, statues of all these different gods. You know what I'm saying? Baal, Astarte, and all that. But the things that we lost brother to we just have to peep game. They wrote the book and justify their actions and say that it's divinely inspired, that it comes from God. And we here believe in that just because they said so. Indeed, the war in Iraq, they wanted the oil. They said those people are bad. They want to do weapons. They want to build weapons of mass destruction. You know what I'm saying? And that was their excuse, is justification. They wrote after the facts, man. That's what they did. They wrote after the facts at some point. And now we in here believing that, some people are some special, favored, chosen people just because he said so.
Yeah, because even if they, I know he said he doesn't believe in all the New Testament stuff, but even if you carry it forward to all that, even in the New Testament, Paul talks about judgment must first begin at the house of God. God to take care of the outside, those on the outside. We need to take care of those on the inside. So that's why I'm getting this, asking him, where's this coming from? That it's okay to go out there and destroy these other people for doing the things that they were doing. That's how they were living. I'm not saying how they were living was right, and I'm not saying how they were living was justifiable. There's no justification in offering sacrifice to children, but that stuff is still going on even today. Our kids are coming up missing. And we don't know where they are. We don't know what they're doing with our babies when they're coming up missing off the street. So I'm just saying we have to be careful on how we look at this information and try to say that these people deserved. Well, then flip the script. Israel deserved the same punishment that those people were meted out. They deserve the same, but somehow, because they considered, like you were saying, God's chosen people. Somehow they were spared, even though, slavery was hard. Well, slavery is not hard. It's being 6 foot under. I'm not trying to minimize that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that wasn't an atrocity. I'm just saying that at the end of the day, you wiped out a whole group of people over doing something that their God said was okay for them to do, but your God said it wasn't. We get in the battle of the gods. Why don't they just let them fight it out and leave people alone, right? Since look, y'all fight it up in the air and let everybody else live how they live. But it's always people who are being told to go punish another people, and that's where we get having all these wars and all this stuff from. Because we don't like what you're doing over there, so we're going to send our stuff over there. We're going to kill your people. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And it's because my God, our American God, says your Arab God or your whoever God is doing things wrong, and so we got to annihilate your people because our God said your people are full of shit. It's just ridiculous. It's never ending. It's never ending because everybody's gonna think their stance is more moral. They're gonna think their stance is, because this is what thus saith the Lord, and both of them are gonna say the same thing. Let those gods fight it up there. Leave the people on earth alone because we don't have nothing to do with that battle. Where did the real go?
Thus saith the Lord.
Yeah, and even in that chapter in Deuteronomy, it says, "Don't destroy the trees that bring forth fruit, but the trees that don't, tear them down."
You can't kill a woman, the man, the children, the infant. I think he's talking about donkeys and whatever other animal. But no, don't touch a tree now.
Yeah, when you besiege a city and you don't destroy the trees thereof by forcing an axe to them for that's what you eat from. But if they don't, they're not one of those trees, cut them down so you can build this and build that. I'm like, okay, okay, we can spare the trees, but we ain't got, people now. Can't do it. Even though they were worshiping under those trees and sacrificing to their gods under those trees, keep the trees though. We don't care how much bloodshed was on the trees or under the trees or around the tree. That can contaminate you and all this other kind of stuff. Because don't do that. Just leave those alone. It's just mind-boggling. But anyway, I decided I'd come out because I went out there and read stuff on that Canaanite stuff, and it makes no sense to me that innocent people have to suffer behind the dictates of this God who says he's all powerful but creates good and evil. So I'm not
This man who say God said this, God said that.
But if God created good and evil, then what is God upset about? That's the question. If God created good and evil, he should not be upset with the evil that takes place that he created. It's just makes no sense to me.
It's man who wrote this stuff.
Yeah.
Man who wrote this stuff. Like even in Genesis. Let's have a look. Genesis. Let's share it.
Say to real, you can't plug your phone in and talk at the same time, because that's what I do. When I start running low on juice, you got to plug your phone in and talk at the same time.
Which passage is it? 4.
Speaking of the devil.
There's some passage that talks about, some physical attributes for God, like body parts. Is that you too, Ariel?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
My bad. My phone died, but I won't be able to use my camera. But yeah.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
All right.
But yeah, the main difficulty is that people believe that it's the word of God. The smart dudes, they say God said this, God said that, and we believe them just for face value. We believe them for the novelty, for the sake of it. And when we will start believing what our former oppressors said, we will thrive.
Who are you talking about, former oppressor?
Well, the people who brought forth this literature.
Hell no, they ain't our former oppressor. They stole it from us, nigga.
Says who?
Says the walls of like I told you, I believe most of what we believe in comes straight out of Egypt. So if that's the case, then they stole it from the Egyptians and they perverted it. That's what I believe.
They stole some of it from the Egyptians, some of it from the Babylonians, from many different cultures. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But would you agree? Oh, go ahead, Shaka. My bad.
No, it's all good. But the thing is that even if they plagiarize and copy some stuff that comes from us, we see what they did. We see their deeds. So we should stick to the originals. Why stick to the copy instead of going to the original?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I believe that the people that came out of Egypt are people as well.
But nobody came out of Egypt, brother, as he is written in the Bible. That's fictional.
So nobody ever left Egypt. All them niggas came in, but nobody ever left. What the hell?
According to the Bible, brother, that never existed.
According to history, did not a bunch of people come into Egypt?
Yep. A few people came in, but check this out.
They had to leave.
Do you believe that Pharaoh and his army died in the water?
I'm gonna be honest, Shaka. No, I don't.
Well, Exodus, isn't it?
Now, what does Exodus mean? Now, I answered you, Shaka. I answered you. Now, what does Exodus mean now, Shaka? Does Exodus mean that Pharaoh died in the water?
That's what is written in the book of Exodus.
That's what's written in there, but what does Exodus mean?
Even something like exit or something like that coming out.
It's a mass exit of immigrants, most likely.
Actually, it comes from the from the Greek. It means way out.
Yeah, but
it comes from the
but
Greek exodus.
Yeah, but if you look up the definition, it's going to talk about niggas leaving. A lot of people, immigrants.
It's not the definition. It's what the book says. The story of the book of Exodus says that.
Yeah, well, I mean, some of them stories, I can be honest, man, they
Oh,
embellish. People embellish, man. I mean, that's just what it is. But what we have to look at
brother,
is
nothing was embellished with the Exodus story.
Huh?
Nothing was embellished with the Exodus story. It was just made up, brother.
Well, I think they embellished the fact that the ocean parted and these niggas walked across that. I think that's embellished. I think it's embellished that a nigga got swallowed by a whale and lived. I think it's embellished. That's what I think.
Okay. So
but what I look at is, huh?
Anything that doesn't make sense in the Bible has just been embellished, right?
No. What you're looking at is you're not even looking to see if if a mass migration of people out of Egypt even happened. You're just looking for the ocean part and Pharaoh's people were dead at the bottom of the ocean. Like, come on, man.
Scholars did that for decades, brother. They
found I mean, it's a puzzle pieces. It's puzzle pieces, man. We don't have the whole picture, but we got pieces.
They found zip zero.
Nah, they ain't find no zip zero. You know that, Shaka. You know they ain't found no damn zip zero.
What did they find, brother? A wheel?
Come on now.
They found a wheel from a chariot in the bottom of the water.
What you're looking at is you're seeing these anachronisms and you're seeing these stories that have been embellished and you're targeting those. But you're not looking at the bigger picture. Did these people actually come out of Egypt? Fuck how they came out. Did they actually come out? That's what we have to look for. And when we look for that, we can see that there was migrations of people all through the Levant and out of up the Nile, man. So let's stop this right now, bro.
So we have attestation for Moses existing.
Moshe. I mean, you could make that argument. I don't, but you can make that argument. I don't know enough about Moshe to say that.
You don't believe he existed?
I do, but I mean, I understand why people say he doesn't because there's not a lot of evidence. See, what y'all look at is if there's no evidence, what y'all do. Hold on, Shaka. What y'all do is y'all see no evidence and y'all say, "Oh no, he never existed." But then if some evidence come out a week later, what the hell y'all gonna say then?
There's nothing a week later, brother. It's been decades. People.
No, because y'all said that there's no. And what's his put his comment back up, Divine, because he said there's nobody, no patriarch from the Bible, anybody ever existed, right? But in Avaris, we do have a Egyptian style tomb that was found, and in there they found a character that had a multicolored coat on, which is similar to, hold on, Shaka, because you already ready to cut me and just bust my head and you probably don't even know what I'm talking about yet. But they also, I see you. You got the gun ready. I'm gonna let you bust me, but hold on. They found this Egyptian style tomb when none of the other tombs were even the same at all, Shaka. And he had a multicolored cloak on. And wait, Shaka, hold on. He had the mushroom style hair that you're talking about. He had the mushroom top. So,
brother,
hold on, Shaka. This is in Avaris. This is modern day or not modern day, but what they would call Canaan, right? That's same area.
No, not at all, brother. Avaris.
So Avaris is not where the Amorites came out of.
No, I thought a second ago you said that
the Amorites and the Canaanites are interchangeable. So come on, Shaka.
Okay, well,
you know
I thought you said that Avaris is what we call Canaan, but
saying it's that area.
No. Avaris is in Egypt, is in the Delta region, you see. And you're saying that they found an Egyptian style tomb in Avaris.
So there was Egyptians in Avaris?
Come again?
So Avaris was the Egyptian settlement? Are you saying like Egyptians lived there and they thrived there?
Avaris was in Egypt. He is in Egypt. You know,
but were the Egyptians living there?
Well, it is said that Hekahasut, the Hyksos, were living there.
All right, boom. See? Gotcha.
So my question to you, Real. So was Joseph the only one who had a multicolored cloak?
No, but that's what I'm saying. It's like it's puzzle pieces. We can't for sure say, but what we can say is it is intriguing to say the least. And this is coming from Egyptologists that are saying that it's intriguing. They're not going to jump out the window and say, "Oh yeah, it's Joseph," because it doesn't say on the tomb this is Joseph. We just have to guess, right? But what we're looking at.
Your best friend just arrived to real.
Hi, Divine.
Hello.
Oh, that's Divine. Oh, I was like, oh, you laughing at me again, bro? Nah, go ahead though. I've been talking. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
No, I mean,
he don't want my belt, Divine. That's why he's backing down.
He's about to get my
about to get that belt.
now here's
funny as hell.
First of all, peace Shaka, peace Andrea, peace Too Real, peace to the chat.
Peace. Peace.
I respect you Too Real. Even though to me you may be a little lost right now, as far as as what you practice, but I respect you because you have balls, man. I mean, to sit up here and battle with us, every day, every day you hear, I mean, I respect that, man, for real. I say, well, that's praiseworthy, man. That's what's up, man.
I appreciate that, bro.
Yeah, no problem, brother. No problem. I'm gonna call him as I see him, man. But the thing is that when there have been no patriarchs that have been found, man. And and if you can show evidence, show it, please.
I came up with Joseph, and I mean, yeah, it's
Joseph. Where?
Yeah. In the virus.
Oh no, bro.
There's no
What?
name, brother.
Go ahead.
It's you literally showed us the top of her head. We see that, like, and the mushroom head. What you showed us was
I haven't even showed this, so I'm wondering what you're talking about right now.
Okay, so you mean to tell me that you have some record of Joseph?
No, what I'm telling you is that they found an Egyptian style tomb in a land that was not common. That was not. It's actually the only Egyptian style tomb there.
And it said Hosea on it, right? Like Hosea or Joseph. No, Joseph, but what did it say on? Like how do you know? Like what's your proof, bro?
And how could Joseph still have? Okay, so I'm reading something that says.
Hold on, let me help myself real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
What's good, but what's good with you about the Divine Spot? It's been a minute.
It's been a minute. Yeah.
It's always so much fun.
I really didn't hop on the panel. I'm gonna tell you why.
Nah, you good. My bad. But yeah, it's in a virus. It doesn't. I don't think it says Joseph, bro. I don't think it says Joseph on the tomb. But what it does have is it's the only Egypt. Where did Joseph live? Right? Where did he grow up? Right?
Okay. Let me ask this question though. So that coat was made for Joseph when he was a young man. So you mean to tell me he was still able to fit that coat as he got older, and so that coat just wore out on him? I'm sorry. Help me. I mean, did Joseph remain the same size? I mean, did it? I mean, come on. These people must think we're stupid. I mean, seriously.
I mean, these people that are saying it they're saying this is weird are Egyptologists. It's not my people.
I'm not saying I'm just saying.
It's not my people saying it.
I get that, but they're that doesn't justify their stupidity. I mean, I'm just saying at the end of the day, was he the same size? Did he grow? Did he?
Oh, well, I mean maybe the nigga got a new coat made. He had a new one made. I don't know. I don't know.
Now, so what did Egyptologists say?
They're saying that it's intriguing that they find this tomb and it does show a lot of similarities with Joseph. Yes, it does. That's what they say. They're not jumping out the window. I already said they didn't jump out the window and say this is Joseph. So no, they did not say that. But they said that it's intriguing and it's interesting. That's what they said. They said it's somewhere that it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be there, but it's there. So go ahead, Shaka.
It shouldn't be where?
it's the only Egyptian style tomb, and it's twice the size of any other tomb there. It's big as
But
hell.
brother, even if he was the largest tomb in Egypt, what difference does it make?
Well, Joseph
An
was a
Egypt,
highly respected person in Egypt and in the
Joseph,
area,
but check this out.
according to the Bible.
An Egyptian style tomb in Egypt, there's nothing special about it,
It's
brother.
not in Egypt, it's in Avaris.
Avaris is in Egypt, brother.
It's
It wasn't Egyptians living there, so I wouldn't say that's in Egypt, bro.
Egyptians were living in most parts of Egypt.
They weren't living in Avaris like that. These were herders, and the people of Egypt weren't allowed to just leave like that.
So have you ever read?
Hold on, did y'all know that? Did you know that, Shaka? Because it's in that book that you bought.
You
Did you
read
know that they're not
which
even
one?
really allowed
The one
to?
that I put it earlier?
Nah, the one that the Papyrus Harris.
Oh, okay, the Papyrus Harris.
Yeah,
Okay.
it says in there that the people of Egypt weren't allowed to just leave at their leisure. Only you had to be a certain ranking to be able to do that. So okay, go ahead.
But too real.
So,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Too real.
Go ahead.
What was the Ramesh or the ancient Egyptian name for a virus?
I don't know.
Okay, so it's like Hut Uret, I believe it's called, right?
Yeah, there's Ib in the title as well.
Yes. So that just goes to show you it was already an Egyptian a gnome already. So it was Egypt. A virus was in Egypt, an Egyptian town. So the thing is that, yes, you had people coming in and out of Egypt, even from other places in Africa, from the south, what have you, or more southernly, I should say, and from Canaan, from the Levant, and other places. So yeah,
that's an Egyptian right there, Shaka.
Hell no.
Oh, okay, but this is in Avaris though.
No, that's a Hyksos. That is a Hyksos.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So yeah, they were in close proximity, but these are not the Egyptian people living here. They may have been under the vassalage of Egypt, but they're not Egyptian.
I think I made a mistake. The Ib is, I think it's in the name Athribis.
Yeah, the people that inhabited Avaris were not predominantly Egyptian. That's a fact.
I know it's like Hut Uret.
Yes, Hut Herib for Athribis. Before Avaris, like you said, it is something like Hut Weret, which means like great house or something like that.
Yep.
But if I can see it in, they don't have it there. But okay, they have an approximate transliteration. But for the record here, to real.
Yep.
That's what Avaris is here. Now Tanis, we have some settlement in Tanis, Busis, I mean all over. But yes, commonly it is said that Avaris was the capital of the Hyksos. Now I doubt that they just got there and started building from scratch. But scholars can, give us more insight. But those were basically Asiatics. They were labeled Amu, Hekachasut. There's other terms like Setetiu, different terms.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. They're not Egyptians. So to have an Egyptian style tomb when they have their own way of burying people was
Egypt,
odd.
They had Egyptian names too. They had like Semitic names, West Semitic names, but they had Egyptians' name too. They were using Medunetia. We have seals with their names.
Yeah, Egypt was very influential in the area. I agree.
But you're saying in the area of Egypt because that's where they were.
All through the Sinai too. Egypt was influential. So you might find people's names in the Sinai that are Egyptian names. That doesn't mean anything, brother.
But my brother, if you an Egyptian tomb within Egypt, guess where you are?
We're not in what would be considered Egypt because these are not even Egyptian people living there, brother.
What are you saying, bro? What are you saying? It's in Egypt, bro.
According to that map, but I'm talking about in this time, right? They wouldn't have considered that in Egypt. They may have been a vassal, but they weren't the Egyptians.
listen, in Egypt,
we're not saying they
We're
were
looking at a
Egyptians.
modern day. We're looking at a modern goddamn day map and saying this is all part of Egypt. Yeah, now I would consider all that part of Africa, first of all, but these are not the same people. So we have a different culture here.
Egypt is in Africa, but check
Yeah,
this
it is.
out. So
I agree.
you saying that Joseph was the most powerful guy after the Pharaoh, of course, because that's what the Bible says.
Mm.
We haven't found Jack about him, and now you think that because they found this thing here, then maybe it's Joseph. That's what you're saying.
Can you zoom in on that? Because I'm not even sure that's the same thing we're talking about. That's
a
not
mushroom
what
head.
I'm talking. That's just a damn mushroom head that they found. I don't know who that is.
That's
It's probably the nigga from Super Mario. I don't know who that is.
Okay, well, it's supposedly his hair.
That's not from the tomb that I'm talking about. Yeah.
Okay, so basically, you're talking about something. There's no name, and people thinking, oh, it may be Joseph. Is that, am I correct?
Right.
And we're supposed to go by it may be Joseph.
No, but what I'm saying is that this is compelling evidence that we have to put in the bank, man. We can't just throw it away and say, nothing. We have to say, okay, let's do some more looking. That's all.
It's not compelling. You know, it's like me looking at the sky.
The Egyptologists say it's compelling.
Who says
Can you show me? Can you show me?
There's a whole documentary on it. It's on.
I'd like to see whenever you have the time.
Yeah. I'll put the source.
I think you're putting words in their mouth. But it's like me looking at the sky and seeing some light or something.
Ooh, Shaka, I'm gonna download this. Shaka.
Oh, feel free. You know, brother, look at this, man. Look at this.
Shaka, I'm pressing the download button, Shaka.
See, I mean, it doesn't show too well, but you see that?
Yeah.
And I have another one.
What is that?
On top of the documentaries about ancient Egypt. So, you know, and there's so many I've seen already, but I have another one, you know what I'm saying? Another box like that, smaller one.
Yeah.
If I look in the sky and I see some light, it's like me saying, oh, it's compelling evidence. This is ET. Would that make sense? Do you know the movie ET?
I think, okay, if you see something in the sky that's moving around like it shouldn't be doing, that is compelling to you, right? Because you're the one that's seen it. But to explaining that to other people might be a challenge, right? But we're not talking about something that you can't see for yourself. You can see it for yourself too, right? So if we all see I think aliens are goddamn real because there's too much evidence out here that shows them for it all to be fake.
No,
So
I understand.
okay,
I understand, but we have a character that's Joseph. We have a character that's E.T. They are both characters. So as I consider, they're both fictional characters. I believe Joseph is real. Historical, let's say. Fine. Now, you said it's compelling evidence that they found something because it's Egyptian style and it is in Egypt, which to me would not be surprising. You know, if I look in America, I mean, you have some people, you know, who are from China or Africa, they dress like Americans. So they will have, you know, American style clothing and maybe burial in America. But maybe that Joseph is not compelling at all. That's like guessing. Guessing is not compelling, brother.
That's not even strange, huh?
Strange.
Yeah. You're saying that it's not strange that this tomb is there that is triple, quadruple the size of every other tomb, and it's in the shape of a pyramid. You're saying that's not compelling.
Some tombs are larger than others.
The statue in the motherfucking tomb was 4 or 5 times taller than you, Shaka. So, but you're saying that it's not there.
I'm pretty sure it's not the largest tomb in Egypt, you know. So I'm like,
no.
The size
in that area, it is.
But real, right?
All the other tombs, Shaka, are like regular ass tombs. You see this tomb, it stands out from the get go.
Okay. So basically, you're telling us that because the tomb is large, then maybe that was Joseph. Is that what you're saying, brother?
I'm saying it's an influential character. That's what I'm saying. And it's in the land of Avares where there's not
brother. Who is the influential character?
Whoever was in this tomb.
But there's no land of Avaris, bro. It's a gnome.
It's a what?
A gnome.
A gnome is a region. It's an administrative region. It's like saying it's a county, you know.
It's not a land, bro. It's all in Egypt, and they were Egypt. Any Hyksos even set foot in there.
Right. I mean, Joseph would have considered himself probably an Egyptian as well, considering all the work he put in according to the Bible. I know y'all don't believe it, but he would have considered himself probably Egyptian.
But didn't he ask for his bones to be buried someplace else, that he didn't want his bones buried in Egypt?
That's why it's in the verse. Nah, I'm just messing with you.
Is that the same as Shechem? That's what that word Avaris is, the same as Shechem? That's the name of the city now, Avaris?
Shaka? I don't know.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm not familiar with Shechem. But you know, if Joseph was indeed the number 2, don't you think you will have his name in his tomb? Since the tomb is so large, they didn't care to put his name in the tomb.
I guess not. It's not there as far as I know.
And that's strange.
That is strange. Yeah, but see how I can say that's strange, but it's so hard for y'all. Y'all like grit y'all's teeth, like I don't want to say it, man, but it is a little weird. It's all good. It's all good.
Brother, we have many small tombs, and they are, scribes, priests. Now for the number 2, the
two guys kissing in one, like that one.
They ain't kissing, homie.
It's not according to you.
They're like,
it's not according to you.
Nah, they kissing, bro. And he's holding the lotus flower, smelling that motherfucker.
A lover's what?
What?
He's in the tomb holding the lotus flower, smelling it.
And what does that have to do with anything?
That's usually a role that's depicted for a woman, and he's doing it. So they were probably gay, bro. And he used to do the niggas' fingernails for the pharaoh. So miss me with that, bro. Nigga doing fingernails in the tomb, damn near kissing, smelling a lotus flower, man. That nigga gay.
You feel the danger, so now you're deflecting to something else, but you have the right to.
Nah, it's just y'all throw shots at the Bible, I throw a shot back.
I'm not even talking about the Bible. I'm talking about this tomb that you're talking about with an anonymous person. Now, the vizier, that would be what they call Chati in Mednecher. So you want us to believe that the number 2 in Egypt, they bury him and they don't even put his name in the tomb. That just doesn't make sense, brother.
When was Joseph buried?
You tell me.
Was it after the time that he was the Pharaoh came in and knew not Joseph?
Which Pharaoh is that, brother? It's anonymous in the Bible.
That's what. See, when you don't get what I'm saying, though. He wasn't at the time when he was buried. He wasn't the number 2 in Egypt. So no.
Pharaoh is not a name; it's a title.
Yeah, I know.
But
so it's the Pharaoh that knew not Egypt, not Joseph. It doesn't specify who it is.
Well, why not?
Because it doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. It says that the Israelites built the store cities of Ramesses. It doesn't say Ramses. It doesn't even specify which one. So it's just talking about a Ramesses.
It's the same thing. A city called Ramesses in the Bible, if I'm not mistaken. Right. And people conclude that most likely it must have been Ramesses that was a pharaoh. Now there's several Ramesses. I think there's about 9, maybe.
But it doesn't say which one.
But the most famous one is Ramesses II. But the dates, I don't think they match. You see, the thing is this: if you ask any Egyptologist the date of the Exodus, okay, let's ask for the date of Moses' lifetime, and you may realize that you may have a 200-year gap.
Yeah.
No, not 2,500, because Abraham would have lived around 2000 BC, So Moses will be around 1500 BC.
Oh, you said Moses. I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, but then, some people will argue for 1500 BC. Some people will argue for 14 or 1300 BC. We don't have no record of Moses. We cannot even establish when he lived. And it's the same for Joseph.
Man, you better hope, Shaka, that the internet never go down, and you better hope somebody really make sure that they bury you right, man. Because when you die 100 years from now, niggas ain't gonna know if you were real.
Bro, they don't need to wait for me to die. There's so much evidence of me. There's my birth certificate, my passport, my pictures, my videos, my website. I mean, dang.
Yeah, well, I mean, they didn't have the internet back then. I mean, what could you leave behind and say, I'm here? You could just leave your name in the tomb. That's about it.
They had writing in temple that still stand today. And the number 2
Yeah.
will not be buried anonymously.
So there's no pharaohs that were buried that we don't know who they were?
Huh? Hey, Shaka, there's
Are
more.
there, hold on, Shaka, are there pharaohs that we don't know who they were that were buried?
Maybe there's some we don't know who they were, but
Why don't we know who they were?
probably because they erased their names or because the
Okay.
remains. But check this out. Check this out. We have the Valley of the Kings.
Yeah.
The Valley of the Queens. So they decided to bury over there, and people say it's to avoid looting with all the treasures inside. So we have some mummies, and we don't know who they were. You know,
Because they got moved around. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. That's also one thing. Some of them, we have evidence to believe that they were moved around, you know, and probably they did not make it obvious so that people don't know and don't read. Okay, this is I don't know. This is Ramesses II son, like Chaim Wasset, for example. I mean, Chaim Wasset, who have a statue of him, you know, he didn't die like anonymous. He's the first Egyptologist in the world, anyway. So that's some of the reason why, you know. But
yeah,
but you know,
that comes after the lifetime. And the problem is that when we talk about lifetime of Joseph, you know, we know he will come chronologically after Abraham, but even Abraham is none of these patriarchs, to my knowledge, are attested. Like after maybe like we have that 1000 BC more or less. If David existed, we have something that mentions, you know, by Dawood, which translates as house of David. We don't even know which David it was. And they would tell you that he wasn't a ruler of a kingdom. He was like a ruler of a neighborhood, whoever that was. You know what I'm saying? So what you're doing is that you believe everything that's damn near everything that's in the Bible just because it's in the Bible. But that's not the historical approach. See, historians would tell you we need evidence.
The source for what I was talking about the tomb and all that, you can watch. It's on Tubi. Tubi's a free app. Anybody can get it. It's called Patterns of Evidence. The Exodus.
You know, brother.
Okay.
Have you ever seen James Cameron's documentary? What was the title again? Exodus Decoded.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that one?
No, I haven't. Go ahead. No, I haven't.
He's trying to make proposition, looking at historical events and trying to tie them with the Bible.
Right.
For example, when we have the 10 plagues and we have the death of Pharaoh's firstborn, basically, the Bible says that every firstborn died, including Pharaoh's firstborn. Then, if I remember correctly, they argue that because of a volcano or something like that, some gases came out, you know, and somehow, some way, I think they were saying that the Hebrews were poor, so they would live on the floor. And when you're on the floor, if there's a fire, they usually tell people that they need to bend down.
Yeah.
Because the oxygen would be more towards the ground.
Mm-hmm.
But the pharaohs and family, the wealthy people, they would be on beds. They would be higher up. So he argued that okay, that may have been the reason why all these people died. But that's just guessing. And there's so many documentaries where they're trying to make correlation with biblical tales and historical events or archaeological data or records.
Yeah.
And I can't spend my lifetime looking at people guessing. And that's why, you know, PhDs are instrumental. Historians are instrumental. See, so far.
So does it matter if you watch the documentary and the PhDs and the historians are in it?
What are they presenting, brother?
They're presenting so it's called Patterns of Evidence. The Exodus on Tubi. Go look it up. You know, he starts off. Go ahead.
To be real, if, for example, they had found Joseph, the whole world will be talking about it, brother. You don't even have to look for it.
It's not. I mean, it's not conclusive. That's all. That's the only reason the whole world's not talking about it. It's not conclusive.
And not conclusive meaning zero.
Zero.
Yeah, but the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. We have to keep looking. We have to keep looking, my brother. But you have to take that puzzle piece, Shaka, and put it in your pocket, bro. Put it in your pocket.
That sentence doesn't hold weight because I can accuse you of being a serial killer and say I don't have any evidence, but the absence of evidence, but the evidence of absence.
Yeah, you don't know. I could be a damn serial killer. That's why that statement makes sense.
No, it doesn't make sense at all, because in a court of law, you need evidence. You cannot accuse somebody without any evidence.
Yeah, but all type of people get away that did it because there's no evidence. So that don't mean shit.
How do you know they got away?
Because there's all type of niggas that got away that talk about beating bodies that actually killed their ass. So they talk about it on every rap song. So
the things that we have people in prison, and people say they were falsely accused. Like most Hebrews lies to be raping them babies. They say the girl lied. And then when people, you know what I'm saying, we don't even know who they are, they got away. And you're claiming that they talked about it in a rap song. So basically we have people who made rap songs and they say, I got away with that murder. Am I supposed to believe you, brother?
I'm gonna be honest, Shaka. Nah, I'm not gonna even say that. But there's people that are not in jail, Shaka, that done killed somebody. Right? So yeah, there was not enough evidence to catch their ass. So therefore it's not conclusive.
Confession time. I can't say too much, but I know for sure, man.
I ain't saying nothing. You know, I'm just saying.
Go ahead, sister.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but there's a lot of people out there that have done all kinds of stuff that haven't been caught. I mean, you got people.
Why didn't they get caught, Sister Andrea?
For whatever reasons why they haven't gotten caught. I mean, it could be any kind of reason. I mean, there could be like for instance, there are a lot of people who so in this stand that Straka's taken, there's a lot of people. There are people out there who've been raped and molested. That their molesters got away with it for any number of reasons. Number one, the biggest reason of people being threatened. If you tell somebody I'm going to kill you, whatever, it could be a myriad of reasons why people haven't been caught and turned in. But that still doesn't mean that it didn't happen. So just because the person was never brought to trial or anything like that doesn't mean that it didn't happen, or that it didn't it didn't happen to the people who they said it happened to. Okay, so, or people who've been scammed because they haven't been able to get their money back doesn't mean, or whatever they put into it that they didn't get back doesn't mean, and somebody didn't get caught doesn't mean that person didn't get scammed. It still happened. It just, they just, for whatever reasons, there are reasons why people don't come forward with evidence until there's more than one person. A lot of times there's reasons why people don't come forward. That doesn't mean that the crime still didn't exist. So there's reasons why people don't
get your belt on them, Sister Andrea. Get them.
I wish my belt could stretch that long.
Now you need to get Shaka because you're agreeing with me right now.
I don't think so.
Yeah, you did. It's all good.
To really, I think you've heard the word, and I think you used it earlier, anachronism, right?
Yes.
So we're talking about the times of the pharaohs, let's say 18th dynasty and so on, so that would be around 1500 BC, something like that. Don't quote me, but
Nah, you good.
So then you want to compare that with today, people getting off with murder. So we're kind of off. Like we basically we're like we 3,500 years apart. We are 3,500 years apart. Now you ask, okay, don't we have any pharaohs that we don't know where they are buried? Okay, that's one thing. But we have records for their lifetime. We have their names. We have a very precise chronology.
For every single one. Shaka, don't do that right now, bro.
For most of them, brother.
Nah, well, I'll give you most of them, Shaka, but not all of them. So come on, Shaka.
All of them. I mean, who knows in which society in antiquity we have the names of each and every single rulers?
That's a good question. Hey, you're my side now, Shaka. I agree with you.
No, but check this out.
He's saying that what you're saying, you can't compare stuff like that.
But what's strange here is that we have no records for Joseph, but yet you believe in his historicity, and now you're trying to deny the historicity of pharaohs. Like if you're wondering, hold on. Oh, I thought they were going to give me a list here. Okay, there it is. List of pharaohs. There it is. Now, Nakada too. When you see Nakada, that's like way back, way back.
Yeah.
You see this one? That's before Nama, 3180 BC. Now,
Mhm.
some of them we won't know because we may not have any records. The records may have not survived. But
Oh damn.
yeah, not everything survives. You see that this is 5,000 years ago. You see? So if you want to blame them and say, oh, they did not keep that stuff well enough, but here, where's Nama? There it is, 3150 BC. That's an estimate.
What's the adaptation for Narmer?
What's the what? That's the
Well,
section.
what does it say that? Why do they believe Narmer was a real character?
But we have the Nama palette, Nama palette, and we have other artifacts of Nama.
Do we have any other sources outside of Egypt that corroborate that?
You really want to dispute the historicity of Nama, brother? You really want to do that tonight?
I will. Hell yeah, I will.
Well, be my
Because
guest.
you can put me wrong, Shaka, but here's the thing, and let me tell you why I say that.
We have
Shaka,
the attestation, brother.
Shaka, you the authority when it comes to Egypt, all right? But let me say this. With me, you are, bro, and Divine. I don't know about Egypt, but Divine's the authority in here too, and Sister Andrea. But let me say this. Look,
thank you, brother.
The Narmer palette, right? Do you have any other evidence outside the Narmer palette from other people outside of Egypt that say Narmer was a real person, be it Nubia or anything? You have anything?
That I don't know. But why are you asking for other people?
Because one person say that, oh, I could make up somebody and be like, oh, this is the nigga that made up my civilization. But if I could have made it up. So what do you have? What's your evidence?
Yeah, well, brother.
Do you have his body? Like, what do you have? The Narmer palette? That's it?
Well, I'm sure we have other. I don't have the full list. I cannot do a roll.
No, what do you know about? You can talk off the top of your head. What do you know other than the Narmer palette that attests to Narmer?
Well, the Narmer palette is the primary document, that established the historicity of Narmer. And I never heard in my life a single PhD even implying that it is fake somehow, somewhere.
Well, you just heard the first one, bro. Because I just got my PhD yesterday.
The PhD, right? Yeah.
I just got it yesterday. Nah.
But there is also Narmer's head, but Petrie.
Oh my God.
Petrie believed that it may be his head. So it's not a consensus that this is Narmer's head. Besides, I don't even think we have his name on it. But that's in the Petrie Museum where I've been,
Yeah, but he don't know. But he don't know that that's Narmer. And
I'm just saying for the record.
No, don't throw that in there because I try to throw in Joseph, and that ain't good enough. So don't throw in no head that they don't know who the hell it is. Don't throw that in. Nah, I ain't taking that.
Hold on, run that back, please.
I said you said Joseph. I showed. Oh, go ahead. My bad.
No, it's okay. Let's just want to be clear. You said you tried to throw in Joseph. What's the documentation for Joseph, brother?
Well, I told you about the tomb, and you said, no, that ain't good enough. But now you want to bring me a head talking about this is Narmer, and that nigga don't even know if it's Narmer. No, don't bring that.
Do we have his name in the tomb?
Huh?
Do we have his name in the tomb?
You have Narmer's name in the tomb?
We have Narmer's name on the palette. His name
That's
is
a damn little ass. What is that, a pot, nigga? Nah, bro, we ain't taking that, bro. That's not good enough, Shaka. That's all you have?
Here. Brother, his name is right here. That's the Nar.
Okay, I'm gonna show you a picture of Jesus after this, and I'm gonna say Jesus is real, bro. That's what I'm gonna do.
Please share it now. Feel free.
No, we can pull up Caesar Borgia, and I'm gonna say this is Jesus.
Please show us Jesus, please.
Because you're just showing me what I'm saying, Shaka, is you just showing me a picture saying this is Narmer, and
I just showed you the Narmer's palette, brother. Have you ever heard of it?
Yeah, I have. I know about the sarcopods and everything on there.
It's in the museum in Cairo, in Egypt. I mean, what no PhD ever said it's fake. It's real.
I'm not saying that Narmer didn't exist. I'm saying, what do you have evidence? What's your evidence for Narmer? Can you go outside the Narmer palette? Yes or yes or no, Shaka? Can you go outside the Narmer palette?
Why going outside of it?
Because it's just one piece of, so you can find, okay, all right. So you can find one piece of evidence now. It could be a damn picture of a vase or something. And if I say this is who it is, then he's a real person and everything, bro. Like, come on, man. That logic that's not cool right there, bro. And that's the same thing I'm saying about Joseph, and you're saying you don't accept it.
That's history. History 101 according to Real, right?
Hell yeah. I'm gonna start my own class.
So
You gotta have some outside evidence, Shaka. You can't just come with the normal palette, bro.
Too real. Can you show anything with Joseph?
Says who?
Says me. Says according to the logic we're using on this panel right now, because I can't come with Joseph in the tomb. You can't come with the normal palette.
Brother, there's no Joseph in the tomb. You made that
Oh,
up,
okay,
brother.
let me ask you this, Shaka. On that palette, does it say Narmer?
Hold on. I just showed you the name. It says Nama, brother.
Where can I see that? I didn't see that.
Let me show you again.
Yeah, you can show.
Do this
My bad.
again.
I didn't see that part. My bad.
Oh, no problem. I thought you seen it.
No, I didn't. I never knew that, to be honest.
Yeah, but it's okay. Here, at the top right here, this is like a catfish. That's Nar, and that's a chisel. That's Mer. So that spells Narmer.
Oh my. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Divine.
No, it doesn't. That's what it says.
Okay. All right.
It literally, like, it's like stinging or biting catfish, because the catfish in the Nile, they have like some kind of poison or something that they're might be aggressive too. But the thing is that, can you show an artifact that says Joseph on it?
No, I can't.
Case closed.
No, that's not case closed. I mean, that's compelling evidence right there. That's all that is. But can we find some other sources, other people in the area that say Narmer? This could be somebody that they deified. We don't know who this is, Shaka. We don't know who that is.
Yeah, and the same thing can be said about Joseph too.
Yeah, exactly. But see, if it's exactly, then my evidence is good evidence too.
No, brother, you have no evidence. That's so funny.
I gave
have
the
no
source, bro.
evidence.
I gave it. Y'all go watch it, man.
Brother, you think I'm just gonna go and watch a documentary, and you can't even give me the name of an artifact that mentions Joseph's name?
I gave you the artifact, Shaka.
What's the artifact?
I told you it's the tomb in the virus. It's in the documentary. If you want more information on it, go skip through the documentary until you see an Egyptian style tomb, and then watch it from there.
Do we have the name Joseph in that tomb?
No.
Case closed.
Okay, but we have a tomb that says but we have a tomb that says this is the brother of Jesus. Do you believe in that?
I never heard of that. Can you show me, please?
Show that, please.
Okay. So y'all not familiar. Y'all not familiar with the tomb they found that says this is the brother of Jesus?
I never heard of that. I would love to see
Yeah,
that.
I haven't either.
Okay.
Hold on.
Hold on here. I want to see that tonight.
If you're going to,
hey, I need to get that hat. That hat's fire. I ain't gonna lie.
Because if you're going to try to claim that, right?
Yeah.
Something during that time, right? There were like so many people were named Hosea, Yesue, Hesue, so it could be what was Jesus' brother's name? Oh my goodness. What was it? Not Hosea. What was his name?
What was that you asking, brother?
Yeah, what was Jesus' brother's name?
Oh, I forgot. I want to look.
I don't know, bro, off the top of my head. I'm gonna be honest.
So the thing is that there were a lot of Josephs or Jose.
James, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it was James. Yep.
So there was Jose as well, which is a form of Joseph.
Yeah, there's so many people named that. That could be anybody. It was on, they found like ossuaries and stuff, like 6 ossuaries, right? Like bone chests or whatever inside the tomb you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Well, the Hebrews didn't bury their people like that.
Well, they did bury people in pots.
Yeah, but see, the thing is that you gotta see like, okay, which people. I mean, the time period.
Mm-hmm.
Who exactly is it? You see what I'm saying? And
yeah.
You can't just say that's Jesus' brother, bro. Because
I'm not saying that. I didn't find it. They're saying it. I'm just looking at the evidence.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, not for
nothing. Yeah, you got that up. I didn't find it.
With those names, like say David, right? Dawood. How many people's name was Dawood back then?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Even if we did find a tomb and it said it said Joseph in it, y'all would be like, well, we don't know if this is Joseph from the Bible. See, so that's what I'm saying. It's kind of like it's a non-starter argument, basically. We have to just look at the evidence for what it is, rather than trying to throw in our own opinion of what we think and it could be somebody else. We don't know. No, we have to do that, bro.
But you can't fabricate the evidence either, though. That's why people get attorneys and stuff get caught in the court of law when they try to fabricate evidence that they know that what they're saying is not true. I mean, so
what I'm saying is what I know from what I've studied. Whether it's true or factual, that could be under the scrutiny. I don't have no problem with that. But this is what the evidence that I found, and I bring it to y'all because y'all my elders, and I see if it can withstand the scrutiny of what y'all got to say. And right now, it doesn't look like it is. I'm gonna be honest, but hey, fuck it. This is what I found, and I feel like there should be two sides to every argument. And I feel like if y'all just in here beating up on the Bible, Shaka, then I gotta come in here and defend what I know is true.
Yeah, I wanted to go back to something that somebody was asking you earlier about the number of people that was supposed to have been.
Yeah, it was 600,000 according to the Bible.
No. That's not what it says. That's not what it says. It says 600,000 men. They weren't counting women and children.
I know.
And they weren't counting the people who joined themselves to them. So it could have been 6 million. Could have been easily.
But that would have been more people than all the people in Egypt at that time.
But I'm just saying it could have been, because you just said 600,000. No, it said 600,000 men. So we're not counting their wives, not counting their children. We're not counting the people who joined themselves to them. So just say, if you say half of that, okay, if you say, let's just say half of the 600,000, 300,000 of them were married. Okay, so that's 300,000. That's almost 1 million. And let's just say all of them had, X number of children. It could get up there. It could get up there to 3 or 4 million, or I don't know, even that many. I mean, we don't know, but you just can't leave it at 600,000 because it doesn't say that.
What we do know is even if they had 600,000, they would have had more troops than any other. They would have had more troops than Xerxes. So nah, they couldn't have been even 600,000.
Well, then we have to tear that page out. Then.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They embellished a lot. Like when you get things like numbers or these fantastical acts, they're most likely embellished, man, for the bigger context of the story. That's all.
Who said they embellished?
I'm saying they embellished them. That's what I'm saying.
So you should take your words for face value, right?
Hey, I mean, I think I'm qualified enough to give my opinion. I think that's okay.
I'm just wondering how that many people wandered around the mountain for 40 years. That's my question.
But hold on. So Shaka, was it 600,000 people, Shaka?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay. All right. So why are you arguing with me?
No, my issue is you claiming that they embellished. Saying they embellished means that there was those population over there.
Hold on, Shaka, you didn't take your shirt off, Shaka? You want to smoke with me, Shaka?
No, bro, man. I mean,
what's up, man?
That's why I have the stuff real low like that, because people be tripping.
Yeah,
like that here. In America, it's a bit different.
Nah, yeah, you're right.
It's summertime now, but
but I said they embellished. That's where you were.
Yeah. So it's your opinion, but an opinion is not a fact.
No, it's not.
So I'd rather go with the consensus of scholars.
Okay, and according to the scholars, if it would have been 600,000, they would have outnumbered every other people in the area. And if it would have been millions, as Sister Andrea is kind of saying, then it would have been more people than all the people in Egypt. That means Egypt during the Exodus, according to the Bible, lost all their population. So that's how we know.
And I'm just going by just numbers. That's all I'm going by. They say there was 600,000 men that came out of the Exodus. I'm just saying, if you say that some of them are married and that they have children and that other people join themselves, and it's well over, there's got to be at least 2 million people. It may not be 6, but it has to be at least 2, because you can't exclude all these other people that it says it didn't count.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't think it was 600. I don't think it was 600 to begin with. I think it was probably less than 100,000. So that wouldn't be that many people. But here's the thing, Shaka, when I showed you the Papyrus Harris, right? And it talked about the Pharaoh bringing all those slaves out, right? And it talked about how many, and it said 250,000. You said, oh, no, that can't be the case, right? Because that's too much. It just doesn't make sense. But that act still happened. What happened was they embellished the number of prisoners they took. That's all. People do that, right? Like people say LeBron James can do all this crazy stuff that nigga can't really do.
Those prisoners, were they Hebrews?
No. No, they weren't Hebrews, but that's not my point, Shaka.
What are the Hebrews in history then?
No, hold on, Shaka. Because see, I done cut you. I done cut you now. I know I get you. I done cut you. You said when I showed you the Papyrus Harris, and it talked about how many people they brought out, like 250,000 women and children as slaves. You said that number is embellished.
I went through the translation, but for those who don't know, it is very common in Kemet that they will say, you know, I have thousands of these, like 1,000 pieces of bread, and so it's very common for them. You know what I'm saying?
People do that.
Well, people do that, but you know, what is the historical event that they are dealing with in the papyrus?
Well, what I'm saying is, if they embellish that number, then why is there a problem that the Israelites embellish their number? What's the
Because
problem?
they're supposed to be God's chosen people. They shouldn't be lying.
We have no
They're known to be liars. The damn Israelites in history were liars. So yeah, we good. yeah.
Okay, so we come back.
Y'all acting like these niggas did not get cursed. They were some lying, deceiving, unlaw following ass motherfuckers.
But you follow them though.
Too real.
Hey, no, I followed the doctrine that was laid out for them. That's what I follow. I don't follow what they did. I don't follow what nobody did. I follow what the doctrine laid out, and what the doctrine laid out in the commandments is just and right, man. Y'all can't get around that. So what are you gonna say, Devon?
No, I said you should write your own Bible, bro.
I should. Hey, Chaka, hold on. You said there was 10 versions of the Bible that said rape, right?
There was 10 translations of Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 28.
Out of how many Bibles?
Oh man, I mean, I don't know how many, but there's many translations.
A lot.
And of course, when you say Bible, you mean translation. You know.
Yeah.
But I've shared the link. It's in the Bible Gateway. Yeah.
That's a lot, Shaka. So you find 10. That ain't saying nothing when there could be thousands of translations. So you find 10. That ain't.
There's no thousands of
Hebrew. It says.
No, in the Hebrew it doesn't say rape.
It says seas and all that, man. Well,
it says if they're talking about the same act, then why do we have two different words, man?
Well, because it's not the same act. One act is on some
unmarried and I'm married, but it's still the same act of But it's still the same act of grasping up and raping a woman. So they wouldn't change the wording. They would just change that she's married and he's not. But they wouldn't change the fact that he grabbed her by force or he seized her through seduction.
That is killing is killing. If you hold on,
how do you do that?
This is what Zion.
No.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you wake up in the morning and kill somebody for the sake of it, that's murder. Now, if you kill somebody in self-defense, that's homicide. The act is the same, but it's not. It doesn't have the same classification. Doesn't have the same qualification. Therefore, it doesn't have the same punishment. Most likely, the person that kills in self-defense will walk free. But the guy that planned the murder because he thought, hey, it may be fun for me to kill that person, he ain't gonna walk free. He may get the gas chamber, but feel free.
No, that's a valid point. I accept that. What were you gonna say, Devon?
No, you can't see. You said seize and do what?
I said to seize her up. That's the terminology they used back then. They didn't have the terminology we had. That's what they had. Go ahead.
Bro, I mean, not for nothing. You seize a woman and make her lie down with you. You know that's rape, bro. That's not like seduction. Seduction. Oh no, bro.
Okay, I mean that's your interpretation of the scripture.
It's not interpretation, because if you seize a woman by force and make her lie down with you, what do you think that is?
If you seize the woman by force and make her lie down with you, that's rape.
Then that's what
okay, but that's not what we're talking about here. That's not the same context of the other story.
Oh, really?
So that last story, you're saying that's not the same story where
the first one is rape.
If they be found,
yeah.
If they be found, you're saying that that's not the same.
No, because he violated her, and not only her, he violated her father. So this is why that happened. He didn't like rape her. You get what I'm saying? Like he went into her knowing that that's wrong and that he knows what he's doing, right? And he knows that that's costing the family on all type of ends. And he seduced her. You know, he took advantage of her basically. She took advantage. She didn't like get raped though. That's where y'all are getting mixed up at. He took advantage because he knows better. That's why that story is saying that if he rapes her, or not rapes her, but sleeps with her, that he has to stay with her because she's no longer a virgin and he has fucked up. That's all.
And she has to marry her rapist, right?
He didn't. Why would the doctrine that says it's not okay to do this with women say it's okay to do it?
Well, the Bible's full of contradictions, bro.
No, it's not. And this is where y'all having a problem too with Sarah, right? Because in the Bible, one of the commandments is that you shall not sleep with your sister or half sister, right? But it says also in the Bible that Abraham followed all of the commandments. So if he followed all the commandments, how is he following the commandment of his half sister when it says that that's a commandment not to do that? You get what I'm saying?
Brother.
No, it's not a contradiction. It's your lack of understanding. And this is why I say read the Bible. Don't just jump out the window on it, man. Like you got to read it.
Are you saying there's no contradiction in the Bible?
Nah, there's no contradictions in the Bible. It's just your understanding, man.
Even if that was his cousin, we'll leave it at we'll just say that was his cousin. Okay.
Yeah,
at the end of the day, he was still a coward and a punk for not standing up for his cousin. Okay, for him to go in there and say, hey, look, go tell everybody that you my sister and all this other kind of stuff. He didn't care about what happened to her on the other side because he was trying to spare his own life. They could have done anything to her in that land. And it wasn't proven. He said, we're going to get back to what Abraham said. He said he thought that they were ungodly people. So he said that. And he was a liar. And then God turns around and says, oh, he's a prophet. Go to him and let him pray for you to remove this curse I put on y'all for the sake of Sarah. That's bullcrap. How is he a prophet? If he was a prophet of God, he would have known those people were godly people before he went in there and made that and told that damn lie. He didn't care about Sarah. The same thing. And then Isaac turned around and did the exact same thing. A few chapters later, he does the exact same thing. And that Abimelech had to find out the heart. He just happened to be watching them. He's like, they playing too much to be a brother and sister.
Yeah.
And the same thing, because they lied, other people suffered because of them lying, because they were afraid they were going to die, but they didn't care about what happened to their women. I'm sorry, that makes them cowards to me. There's no reason.
I mean, reason. That is a form of cowardice. I'll give you that.
I'm just saying. And the same thing in this other one where it says unto the damsel, what is it? If a man find a damsel that is a virgin who is not betrothed, and lay hold on her. How do you lay hold on somebody? What are you doing?
What would be the word that they would use back then for holding a woman's hand? What word would they use?
That doesn't say hold nobody's hand.
I'm not saying it does. I'm asking what would be a better word that they could use for taking a woman with you? What would be the word?
Kidnapping?
No, in the Hebrew.
You tell me what word would describe somebody laying hold on somebody. That doesn't sound like
to lay hold on something is the word topaz. The problem that we're having is topaz has different meanings depending on context.
Well, context.
So it's not to grab. So you're saying it's not to grab. It wasn't done in a violent manner. It was just what did he do? Did he put his arms around her in such a way?
He took her with him. And I felt like she wanted to go with him. Yeah.
It doesn't matter what you feel like. The scripture doesn't say she willingly went. Doesn't say
but it says that they are discovered. No, but hold on. If
they're going to be discovered, how is it?
Hold on, Miss Andrea.
They not be supposed to be discovered.
Here's the thing, Miss Andrea. Right? If it was just him, why wouldn't they just say and he's discovered?
how would he be discovered? Like it says, he laid hold on her and lied with her, and it says, and if they are discovered, so how can he be discovered by himself? What is he doing by himself?
No. We're saying discovered like that somebody finds out. That's what discovered means, to find out.
So you're saying they're finding out later on that happened, not at the moment. They didn't find out, didn't catch him in the act, but they found out later on. That's what you're saying.
I'm saying it could be the case, but that's not exactly what I'm saying. But yeah, it could be the case.
It's like if they are seen, if they are caught, that's what it is. It's very simple,
Well, what is she getting caught for though? What is she getting caught for, Shaka? She's getting raped. How is she getting caught?
Well, it means if people can see.
So hold on. So if a girl's getting raped in the house and I bust in, I caught them, or did I catch him?
But who said he was in the house?
No, Shaka, I'm just asking a hypothetical. Listen. Hold on. If I bust in the house, Shaka, and I see a woman getting raped, do I say they are discovered?
Brother, that's a different example.
Shaka, if I find out that a dude raped a woman, and I say, you're trying to skate around this question, bro. It's not gonna work right now, Shaka.
But the thing is, we went over this, even they had that debate when Zion Lexx buried himself, the PhD buried.
Zion Lexx murdered Markov, or whatever his name is, bro. He killed him, bro.
Well, you can say that, but he buried himself, and there's a PhD also that clearly said it is. So if I'm to choose between Zion Lexx with zero credentials to my knowledge, I may be wrong. He may tell us, okay, the credential he has, and that PhD, I'd rather listen to the PhD. You see?
Yeah.
So the thing is that if they are found, then the guy has to pay the 50 shekels. If they are not found, he doesn't have to. He can just go home and do his thing. So I don't know what's complicated with that. See,
y'all actually the ones that are muddying the water and complicating it. It says that they are discovered. If it was him, he would say that he's discovered. It's just as simple as that.
Yeah,
man.
But he doesn't rape himself. He rapes somebody. So
no, he's raped. He gets caught.
He doesn't get caught by himself. You see, if he's raping
but she's not doing anything to be caught.
Yeah, but caught. First of all, he says they are discovered in English.
Yeah.
I don't really know what's complicated with that. If the guy rapes somebody, he's not by himself. That's why he says if they are caught.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
So no, but it doesn't. No, Shaka. It doesn't say that they are. It doesn't. It would say he, Shaka. It's just as simple as that. It would say he. The fact that it's saying, hold on, Devon.
But when you're walking,
the fact that it's saying they are discovered gives you an idea that she was complicit in the act. Okay, it doesn't go into detail and say she was with it. She held her hand. They walked off into the sunlight and they slept. No, it's not gonna. It doesn't do all that because.
But when you're walking,
it was clear to them back then. It's not clear to us nowadays. Go ahead.
But when you're walking in on somebody, you don't know if that's a rape taking place. You don't know that. You walk in and you see somebody having sex. You don't know if it's consensual.
Are they married? Are they married?
But you don't know that.
No, but
you don't know that.
No, I'm asking if they're married, then it's not rape. Okay.
No, but I'm saying in today's time, if you walked in a room with somebody, you don't know, and you catch them, catch them or find them. You don't know if they're married or not. You don't know if that woman's being raped or not. You just walked in on somebody having sex. You don't know anything, so you can't assume that she's not being raped. You can't assume that, and you can't assume that she is. You don't know what's going on. You don't know if they're husband and wife. You don't know what the situation is.
My point of bringing up that hypothetical was saying that if I busted in and I caught them, I wouldn't say I caught them. I would say I caught him.
But how do you know? But you don't know. Okay.
No, that was just a hypothetical. I give it to you.
But check this out. The word we can listen to it.
Strong's H 4672. Matzah.
Okay, matzah, and here we have and they be found.
Yeah.
And when we look at the
and they be found, not he be found. Okay.
Yeah, I understand that, but here to find, attend to, find, meet, encounter. So if you want, you can translate that if somebody encounters them or if they are encountered. It's not difficult, to learn, to find out if it is learned.
I think the act that it's talking about is after the fact. That's what I think. I think it's saying that if a man sleeps with a woman and somebody finds out about it, that he needs to marry her because he's already violated her virginity.
You
And
can think
that's what it says, Shaka.
you can think what you want, but then we should rely on the text.
Well, we
See,
can
I go
rely
by
on
the
what the
text.
rabbis think, and the rabbis agree with me.
Which rabbi, brother?
Look up any rabbi.
You said the rabbi. If you said the
I said
rabbi,
the rabbis. My bad. I got a list. When
okay,
I start stuff.
Name me one that agrees with you.
Who, General Yohana?
I don't know. I don't know rabbis off the top of my head. Just go look it up.
Did you know, for the record, that General Hannah has molested the boy according to an ICPK member? Did you see that?
I seen the allegation. It's an allegation.
Yeah.
I seen it.
He's
I
an
don't know.
ICPK member though, and it's
Yeah,
not anonymous. You know, he's on
I don't give.
Facebook and all
I
that.
don't
He has
give
videos,
two.
pictures.
I don't give two craps about ISUPK.
No, I don't care about them either. But their leader has molested the boy, so that's homosexuality.
Well,
and
we
that's
don't know. We don't know
rape.
if he did. Somebody said
But
it
it's an ICPK member who said it publicly,
in the text message.
and he's a public figure. He's on Facebook. He has videos. He has pictures. He posted not long ago. He's not hiding. So.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm not just going to say. I mean, somebody might come to me and say, you know, Shaka touched a little kid back in his day. I'm not going to just take their word for it.
But you know, it's funny because the result is the same. As long as somebody is a Hebrew Israelite, you give them all the benefits of the doubt.
No, I don't care if he's a Hebrew Israelite. I don't care.
Well, you do.
I already said I don't give a shit about General Yohana, but I'm not gonna take
I don't
somebody's
care
word
about
off
him
of something.
either.
Well,
Yeah.
I have a question. Has
Like,
anyone
go ahead, my brother. I'm sorry.
Has anyone seen any rebuttal videos from Yohana on that situation?
There was no denial, just like Napasha did not deny being accused of committed pedophilia, just like Garfield did not deny being accused by Sanetta of being a molester. Same with Rabon, who was accused publicly of being a molester. Same with Judah Nasra accused both Rabon and Garfield of being molesters, and even accused Sanetta of being molester. So any sane person would just clear his name and say, you know, for the record, no, it's not true. But they know that if they deny and some paperwork comes, it's going to be about Luke. So it's best to be silent about it.
Now, anytime these allegations come out, you should come forth and say what really happened. I feel like.
Well, you can just deny, even if you don't want to dwell on it. But the reason why they're not denying is because they know other people know, and this paperwork floating around. You know.
I mean, I don't know. I don't really get into the East with that type of stuff. With Polite, the only reason I was saying that nigga's guilty is because they got evidence. They got all the evidence, you know. But with allegations, I mean, they come out all the time, man. We don't know if that dude had a falling out with General Yohana or what the case is.
No, he's still an ICBK member, so there's no falling out. You cannot.
Well, I'm sure if General Yohana seen this dude in a text message talking about, nigga, you raped somebody when you're younger, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't be too happy about that, whether it happened or not. It's not okay. You know, there's no statute of limitation, as far as I know, on rape.
Well, no, well, that's even people press charges because they
in
said
America
that he paid the family. They said he paid the family, so they came to a financial agreement. That's why
I don't know. Yeah, that's why I just said, Shaka. I don't know. You know.
Yeah, I understand. You know.
Yeah, if I don't know something.
People don't care anyway. Tazaya doesn't remember being accused of molesting his niece. Tazaya sends money to a convicted child molester. You know what I'm saying? It's always the same. Always those Hebrews are like raping children like it's nothing. But anyway.
But hold on, you got a couple of your people raping some kids too.
Like who?
Let's talk about that. Like Polite.
Polite was a Nubian. That's a Moor.
Nah, but Polite's all about Egypt. He's that came in on trial defending Egypt, bro. He's all about Egypt. He's on paper that he done did some shit with a kid. Now let's go into Sanetta. Sanetta was accused of some stuff.
He was Khalid Muhammad. He was
but he's team Egypt, bruh. He's team Egypt.
So what has he done?
Yeah, we got it.
What has he done?
We got to be careful when we group people together.
What did Sanetta do?
Well, yeah, isn't it some allegations that he done did some stuff?
But did he do it or not?
I don't know.
When we talk about
did Tazariak do it or no? Did Tazariak do it or no?
Tazariak doesn't remember being accused of molesting his marriage, but he sends money to the convicted.
He does.
And Chris Neck said that's his cousin.
Yeah.
You know, But which man in his right mind? I'm sorry, which man in his right mind?
Okay,
will
we can go
reply,
on the Shaka. Want to go on the Shaka most?
Yeah, he's comedic.
All right. I mean, I got the bullets, man. We can keep going.
You got one versus
You got one.
versus
For real.
versus a few dozen of Hebrew Israelites that we know about.
Well, what I'm saying, my point of saying that is like, don't group them together and say the Hebrew. It's just say him. That's him.
No,
That's not him.
I'll group them together because they defend each other.
Oh, okay. Well, say them niggas over there. Like you said, over there. I'm way over here, man, in Texas, man. We don't get down like that over here, bro. I don't know what they're doing in New York.
Hey, we don't that shit in New York either, man. Fuck that. I mean, not for nothing. No, man. You know.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed, Shaka, but I go out and help look for missing kids and stuff on my free time, man. I've done it a couple weekends and stuff.
What's up, bro?
Yeah, man. I go out and I help. You know, it's all volunteer work, but you know, I go out and I'm for the kids, man. So don't get it twisted when I say like I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't like to. I've had allegations on me, not no rape or nothing, but some allegations that were not true, and you know what I'm saying. I rarely came out and said they're not true.
Yeah, that happens to everybody, but it's not everybody. Every day that people say, "Oh, you know, that person, you don't play with some children," and so that's unusual.
Yeah,
the Hebrew Israelites, the ratio,
nah,
the percentage.
Oh, so you want to keep going bar for bar? We can keep going. Want to keep going, Shaka?
Be my guest.
What about Ras Mbaka? What about him?
Man, get the hell out of here with that.
What, man? These your people, bro. These your people.
He's at the alternative Quebec priest.
Shaka, have you ever heard of him?
I've seen his few seconds of his video, like meditating, whatever. Man, he's Hinduism, man.
Yeah, he do. Talking about chakras, yeah. But that's your people. That's what I'm saying. So you wouldn't like to be associated with him.
Did he rape somebody?
Nah, but you want to be associated with him because you Kemetic?
He's
want to be associated with Shaka and Sanetta?
He's not. Shaka is Kemetic, but Shaka Amos, you know, he's foul, man.
Yeah, but I would never fix my lips to associate you with him just because y'all both believe in the same thing.
Because I'm not associated with him.
No, but y'all both believe in the same thing.
Yeah, but come on. Have you heard me defending Shaka Amos?
Never. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying that's dangerous to say Hebrew Israelites and just lump us all together. Nah, man, I ain't with that.
The mighty Hebrew, Solomon. I mean, damn, if I do
Solomon.
Solomon, he has some paperwork about some stuff about, you know, some sort of
touching a little girl in the library. Yeah, but he's a Hebrew Israelite.
I didn't even know it was a girl. I didn't even know it was a girl in the library. I thought he was just having sex with an adult.
Nah, he did some stuff with a girl in the library.
But it's even worse than I thought.
Yeah, and I think he did multiple. I think he has multiple things. But
he has an incident with that girl. He threatened her with some sexual stuff.
Yeah, to rape her. Yep.
And I heard about, you know, public exposure, but I didn't know it was with a girl. I didn't know it was a minor.
That's what I'm saying. I think the public exposure was in the library. But I don't think
I think I heard that. I heard that there's some sort of, you know.
Yeah, but he ain't no Hebrew. He ain't no Israelite.
What is he?
But let me ask you a question.
He's Kemetic. I don't know. What you gonna say about
what makes one an Israelite? Is it like an initiation process? You got to pay some dues or something
what you got to do to be one, man, is you got to let about 6 other Hebrew Israelites jump you in. You know, they can hit you in the head. Nah, I mean it's just a belief, man. It's a belief, way of life. That's all. I believe personally, and I have no evidence to support, but I believe that, you know, I share some lineage in there. I mean, I could turn on my camera, y'all can see my beard. You know, I got a beard, you know, and some of the things like that happen in Deuteronomy, I can align with our people. So that's where I go based off of. But it's no initiation or nothing, no.
But them white Jewish people say they are the ones. They got beards. They got that. You know, they do all that. So I mean, is it you? Is it them?
And they have
Listen, Andrew, you good at catching me. You catch me every time.
I'm just saying. My husband grows a beard. He's not one. I'm just throwing stuff out there. Like I asked Shaka here a couple of weeks ago, whatever, or might have been this week. Okay, so if we just take the scripture as okay, so you got the black Hebrews who believe that the scripture is about black people. Where do white people come from? Then you got the Jewish people who believe the scriptures are about them. Where do black people come from? Then you got white people who believe the scriptures are about them. Where did everybody else come from? Somebody's lying. All of y'all can't be telling the truth. Somebody's lying, right? So who did it? Who wrote it? I mean, because everybody's trying to fit into the narrative. Because you got the Jews over there who said they went through 400 years of being being enslaved. That was them that these scriptures are talking about. I mean, so who was it talking about? And then with the white people, okay, so if the world was flooded by like they claim, and Noah and his wife and his 3 sons and 3 wives existed, where do black people come from? Because white people say it was the stories about them. So where do black people come from? How did Noah have a black son? I'm just asking all those questions, because even with the Hebrew Israelites, how did Joseph and them, or not Jacob and them, have how did Jacob and Esau, one that was black and one was white? I'm confused. I'm just saying, all y'all can't be holding truth to saying that each one of y'all own the Bible. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Well, yeah, I look at who the forefathers were and what it says about them. The reason I think that they're black is because they were indistinguishable. Some of them were indistinguishable from an Egyptian. And so the Egyptians, there's no question they were black. So how could you not distinguish a white Jew with red hair from a black person in Egypt?
Right, but the Hebrews say that they hate white people, right? They hate Esau, right? The majority of the Hebrew groups say they hate Esau. Esau is considered to be a white person.
What does the Bible, and I don't get too much into the New Testament, we'll talk about Esau later, but what does the Bible say how you should treat Esau? What does the Bible say?
Yeah, it says treat him like your brother.
Oh, yeah, so these niggas got it wrong. That's what I'm saying. There's so many people out here muddying the water that it makes us look bad that have a better understanding. I don't believe that you should hate the white man, but I hate what they did to us. I do hate.
All right. Well, let's call it a day. It's been a nice 5 hours.
Wow.
And actually 4 minutes. It's gonna be 5 hours. Thank you very much for being there. I'm gonna do my closing remarks without playing the outro. Stay safe, stay healthy. If I'm allowed to, by the nature, I will definitely holler back at you. I don't want to get steadfast. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. If you do not think right, you will not act right. If you know better, you will do better. Do I to do an HRU hotel? And I'm sorry when I end the last streams like that, but sometimes I feel like I'm about to fall asleep. So like, let me just end
you
now.
are.
Yeah, man.
I hope you don't mind.
I appreciate all you elders, man.
You're welcome.
I know I'm hard headed and young, but
that's okay. We were too at one point.
We were like you once.
Exactly.
So we know what you're
doing.
Yeah.
I respect that. All right, yeah.
All right. Good night.
Peace.
Good morning.
Peace, y'all.
Peace.